Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Flying with Mike. Had a great flight last night out of Phoenix to Flagstaff. Hoping today is even that much better. We are in the Queen of the Skies. We are going to do a bit of an extended startup with this aircraft, just for those that haven't seen it, especially those that are kind of going, do I use the LTN? Do I not? And reveal a few secrets many think it can't do, but yet it can. And hang on, my echo is killing me here. Hang on. More importantly, probably my wife sitting behind me. So, anyway, welcome in. We are in Detroit Rock City with the Queen of the Skies 747-200 preparing to depart to Los Angeles. So I hope y'all are ready. We got a seat reserved for you. Might be in first class, but most likely in the baggage hold. No, just kidding. That's how some people feel in coach. So anyway, I hope you enjoy the flight. We do, like I said, have a seat waiting for you. Come aboard. Like I said, it's going to take a little bit to get this girl airborne. But hopefully those of you that are curious about it, thinking about it, hope y'all enjoy it. All right, so let's crawl up in the cockpit and see what we can do. All right, I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't give you the first thing to think about, those thinking about the 747-200 from Felis. And those of you here on Twitch, just got a link in the chat room for it. If you're watching this again on YouTube, look in the More section and you'll find the same link. It was just updated several times here in the last couple days, compliments of X-Plane 3. And stand by, let me pull that up. Oh, where are you hiding? There you are. We are now version 1.2.8.3. 1.2.8.3. Don't. Oh, I need a breath after that. It's updated. We're going to see how this works. There's very little weather, believe it or not, from Detroit down to Los Angeles. So this should be a fun flight. Scheduled airtime flight is 4 hours, 14 minutes block time, meaning what the airline put on it is 4 hours, 44 minutes. Now, just because we're online does not mean this is when the block time starts. They're blocking it from the time it pushes to the time it hits the gate. The crew will actually show a couple hours earlier. First, a brief from the dispatcher. The flight engineer then heads off. Oh, yeah, did I not mention there is one of those on this plane? Heads off and does his thing while the other two get more in depth with what they got to fly through. So on my left is the captain. On my right is the first officer. Both you'll hear me affectionately call the pretty boys. All they got to do is just figure out how to get the plane from point A to point B and not try and hit C, D, E, and F along the way to land at. While the flight engineer, he's the gal that works their little tail off. They command pretty much the whole aircraft, from electrics to air to pressurization, even monitoring the engines, doing what they can from their part with them, along with fuel, fire retardants. They monitor it all, folks. If you haven't seen the Bugs Bunny cartoon with them nose diving to the airport, Bugs with his feet up reading How to Fly, and that big ginormous panel in front of him, you're looking at one, although more reminiscent of the prop planes. This one isn't far from it. So anyway, that's what you've got to do. You've got to, as the pilot, manage all three. Technically two, because you and the first officer would be pretty much doing the same things here, setting up the route and so forth, and then going from there. All right. Sorry for that. All right, okay, so let's get to work. Now, to use the LTN, one of the big stipulations. Now, I'll be honest, I do not know if this is actually modeled or not, but in the real world, if you were on ground power and you came up to the overhead and put these in a line, these are your IR or INS switches to align, you stay electrically connected throughout the alignment process. KAL or JAL, one of the two. I always get them screwed up. 007. It's a good story, good reading on the consequences of not doing that and moving the aircraft during that period. It stays put. No matter what, it stays put. So we're not going to do that just yet, but I wanted to point that is one thing. Again, not for 100% sure if I could switch over to APU power during the alignment, but you could. Now remember, this is not an Airbus. So it's not going to automatically connect your APU gen to the bus, hence giving you problems with your alignment. That's the one good. So you could fire it up, could be on the air side, but once the alignment's done, then go to generators. Okay, so just wanted to point that out. Matter of fact, in the summertime, they probably do that quite a bit. So, but anyway, big things here with this plane. Again, make sure you either, if you establish ground power, start your alignment, stay on that. If you start it with the APU gen, don't switch until the alignment's done. After that, do as much of your checks as you can. I've already actually done quite a bit. Matter of fact, I am actually to that point to start aligning. So let me get one thing squared away here. First off, you know what? Let's look at our flight because it's kind of a unique one today. And only those in the United States may know the route we're looking at. It is an IFR route. And you really, let me kind of zoom it a little bit, get some fixes up here. If you're a car guy, you should know this in a heartbeat. Yep, it's an IFR route. I follow roads. It is the historic US 66 highway route. Yeah. Now, I don't think they call that in the aviation world that, but if you look at it, you are flying the historic Highway 66 here. And if you're not familiar with it, look it up. It is a very famous route. Couple of interstates now have taken over, but the general route kind of is still there in many places. Those interstates being I-44 and I-55. But yeah, you're riding on what was in the U.S. a very historic route up until about the 70s, well, till the 70s, when the interstates started pulling those highways out of towns and making them one-horse towns again. Many of those little towns thrived, flourished off the highways. And then the interstates came through and kind of put a kibosh on all of that. So anyway, I know, enough history. All right, we're up here in Detroit, Rock City, also Motown. Yeah, it's where the home of GM, Ford, and well, was Chrysler, now Fiat. I'm not sure if they're still here in Detroit or wherever. What is Fiat? Swedish? Finland? I don't know. So anyway, that's where we are, and there's where we are in the city. Here, the other gates are up here. Used to be around here, but Northwest owned this part of the airport until their demise and Delta takeover. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What's over? Oh, they're building something over here. Interesting to watch what comes up out of here. You guys in Detroit probably already know it. All right. So we are scheduled, as you can tell on the route, if you can read it. If not, we'll put it in the chat one more time, if I could spell. 3 left. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's going to be too short of a runway. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. We'll probably change it, but you can see the Snyder's 3. Now, y'all are going, you can't fly that with that plane. Yes, you can. SEVA, you would also be able, but boy, would it be complicated. You would have to need coordinates. Hey, friendly player, welcome in. Long time no see on the chat. Yeah, I know. You have a life. So do I. So, but yeah, I get it, sir. But no, we're not going to be using 3 left. Most likely I'll go for 3. I'll look at 4 right, just because it's more to the side we need to be on. But we'll see. We'll look at all of this. I lost my train of thought. All right, well, let's look into the loadout. Maybe my train of thought will come back to the station. All right, with this plane, we'll explain it when we get to loading it. What you see, payload, fuel, cargo, that's all with a grain of salt. The route, we'll put that. Oh, I was talking about the arrival departures. Yes, you can fly RNAV. I'm not going to say RNIP because that requires you to know the values and all, and I don't think this aircraft would, or this system would qualify for that, like the newer aircraft. I could be totally wrong, but I do know you can fly RNAV. Why? You in SEVA, it is basically you load coordinates in for each of your fixes, and you can only load 9. Later versions you could get close to 30, but really 9 fixes, and then you just build upon it as you fly past fixes. Very cumbersome. You are flying for FedEx, right? No, sir. We are flying for Northwest Airlines today. Actually, Piedmont Virtual. Yesterday's flight was FedEx in a Caravan. So, but in this aircraft, because it is driven by your ability to put in the ICAO code, which is a 4 to 5, or actually 3 to 5 character point. It could be a VOR, NDB, airport, or one of those, fixes you see as you come around. So you can actually set it up to fly these. We'll show you that here when we get the flight planning here real quick. You need 100 hours? Okay, well, yeah, and a lot of airlines, that is true. FedEx, no, but you do need to know how to fly and stuff like that, because I've had people come back and tell me that. But yeah, in FedEx, you could. Oh, am I flying for a FedEx V8? Yes. I'm sorry. Here, I don't like giving the link out. with a different VA, but I will in this case. You can check them out and see what you think. But today's flight is with I got it wrong. I forgot. Hang on. Bear with me, folks. Oh, yeah. Duh. I spelt it wrong. There you go. Here's who I'm flying for on today's flight. So let's get back to the approach departure. So you can fly the approaches and arrivals off your RNAV charts. Just can't with SEVA. All right, we'll get into that here in just a second. So we've got 340 people. That will happen. The rest of these numbers are kind of other than like our altitude 36,000. Is that right? Yep, even. Okay. 3 left. I've already set balked on that. Pretty good chance we're going to flip over to 4 right or 3 right. We'll see. And we'll fly at a Mach 0.85. This aircraft didn't fly under cost index. It flew under Mach number. And we'll be at 0.85, hovering up and down, around it. But for the most part, it'll hold pretty tight. Okay. And like I said, when you pull up a map of U.S. Highway 66 in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you're going to find it going through many of the towns we're going to overfly. That's why I affectionately call it the Highway 66 route. All right, let's see if we'll get some weather today. Nope, the servers have yet to be updated to it. There'll probably be updates coming to the variety of tracking and possibly even your sims because of that. What happened? NOAA here in the country, National Weather Service, updated their systems, and the data sent out now is not compatible yet with what's out, with the different applications that pull from them. So we're without weather right now. However, I think X-Plane still has weather. We'll find out en route. So, and we will, I think, go for 2-4 right. I think Northwest parked on the north side. Not 100% sure. But that's where we'll park. Probably Terminal 3 if you're familiar with LAX. And, oh, I have not. Let's go ahead, get our VATSIM set up here. And then we're going to get into hardcore planning. 15:45. What time is it right now? Oh, that is probably, let's go with 16:0. Ontario's our alternate. Oh, I pulled up the wrong one. Oh, wait a minute. Get out of that. Okay, got to put in my numbers. Basically, we're in RNAV, I believe, 5 setup with, I'll still put 100. Whoops, one more 0. D is good. That is good. Clicking. All right, so the flight plan is now filed. When we go live, which is not at the moment, we will be Northwest 335 heavy. All right. So with all of that said and done, let's get to it, shall we? Let's start by setting up the load, weight, and balance. Okay, we'll start there and then get into building the aircraft up navigationally. All right, so all this page is, and basically it is called the load calculator. It calculates it. I think could load. I'm not going to touch it. I'll use the other appropriate ones. top numbers here are your cargo, bottom are your passenger cabin. Kind of weird, should have been flipped maybe, but hey, you know, to that person it makes sense. That's great. Who is Felis. So that's all that matters. All right, so with our loadout, 340, wasn't it? Yes. We have presets. We'll start with 75, see where we're at. We're kind of far off. But if we go 100, we're way off. So let's build up from here. We'll keep 10 up top. And you can see under final results, top number 312, which is the PAX count. So you can kind of gauge how you're doing, and you can always watch your CGs. Oh, we got 20 more people to load. Holy mackerel. What? As far as I know, I do not know friendly player to fly the MD-11 at FedEx, but I would check out the site and see if there's anything that tells you otherwise. All right, where are we here on loadout? Okay. 5 more. All right, and I basically watch my CGs, make sure they all look good. Now, granted, we have not put the fuel load in. That's what we'll do after cargo. Cargo, I always set 25% minimum. Some flights I might push 50%. Past flights I know of, the cargo actually under the belly paid the majority of the flight. The people ended up being more profit to the airline for that particular flight to help other flights, you know, help meet the goal the airline needs for the day. So, all right, so there you go. Now you can see our current payload is 105,000 pounds, which when compared with what we were supposed to be, we're a little over 30,000 pounds heavier. Cool. All right. However, this is where the calculator helps us, because now you'd have to go, oh my God, I need more fuel. We're probably going into a headwind, going westbound, so forth. It helps you. Today's flight is 1,851 miles. Let's call it 1,900. We're going to 36,000. Correct? Yes. Let me double check. No step climbs. Okay. Now, for this flight, like I said, we're westbound, so the most logical thought process would be a headwind. So, and we are showing that at 34. So we'll put it to 40 right now. I'll put a contingency of 10% on, 30 minutes taxi fuel. Now, our 136,000, oh, wait. I don't have my alternate yet. Ontario is, how far away? I don't know. What? 235 miles? No, it's not. They're wanting us to go all the way out on the Ventura and then work our way back in on the Ziggy. Wow. 235 miles worth. Now bringing our fuel load. Wow. You know, I sometimes love how things play out. I would love to know if that's what happens in real world. All right, so adding the 250 miles for our alternates distance, we are now about 20,000 pounds heavier. I'll take the extra fuel any day. You know, it's always bad to call into dispatch saying, I ran out of fuel. We're sitting in the field, kind of in pieces. Yeah, they don't like those phone calls. So there you go. Your aircraft is planned 340 people, payload now 105,000, zero fuel weight 491. Call it 92,000, blocking us, takeoff weights, landing weight, always check this, 630,000 is your maximum landing. Not to say you can't, but you're going to be landing heavy, and that could mean a longer land. Okay, and then your CGs. So let's go to loading. First off, let's look at the fuel panel. One thing, if anyone from the Felis group who may be watching, kind of annoying, but hey, again, it's your baby, not mine. Yeah, I will do what I need to do to make it work for me. I hate it when they throw that much fuel in it. The shorter flights, you got to drain a lot of fuel. So it takes a long time to fill this plane. Okay, 60, that should be zero. Okay, but it's not. That's cool. We can get around that. All right, so use the load data sheet first. So look at that. We got to drain 30,000 pounds of fuel to get to our 155,576. Two ways. We can instant refuel and poof, the genie put the tanks to 155,000 pounds, or we could use one of the two options. Poof, we've got the aircraft loaded. Same thing for payload. Use the data sheet always first. We can either board it or load it real time, or just instant. Poof, they're in their seats. We're going to board it and load it real time. Why? Because we got a lot of work still ahead of us. All right, and I'm going to go to here, come up here, making sure we did our proper tests. Yep. Go to standby, then align, standby, then align, standby, then align, nav, nav, nav. Could you have gone straight to nav? Yeah, I like taking my time to it. Now, when we come down here, they're awake. Okay, and beginning the alignment process. All right, now let's get charts in here. Now you're probably going, why? Well, because you're going to need the initial coordinates. Now, you can do it a couple of ways. We're going to show it here. I liked one guy, Brain Games, I think it was, did fantastic tutorials on this. Bear with me. I'll just put them up there. They'll be in the more section again for you on YouTube. But these are fantastic guides. One's 40-ish minutes. It's a quick start to get you going with it. The next one is a very in-depth, complete guide, about 2.5 hours. You can follow along flying. They're short flights, but very packed with knowledge. Very much so. Okay. All right. So anyway, we're aligning. So we need a set of coordinates. So let's come up here to charts, click import flight from SimBrief, and insert it. Oh, excuse me. All right, there we go. I'm going to go ahead and pop one more step in here. Just, oh, wouldn't you know, Detroit approach came up. All right, well, it could be coming up. Let's put it that way. Nope, they did. Is there an ATIS? Of course not. Oh, yes, there is. I don't think it says anything, though. All right, we'll look at it real quick here. So we have 3 left, 4 right for, I'm sorry, 4 right is Yankee 2, distance 11,000. Okay, I like that. Full length upon request. So yeah, oh, the arrivals below. Okay, cool. So 3 left, 4 right are our departure runways. Cool. We're not going to come up just yet. Let's get the basics done here. Now, let's look at the runways real quick. Again, remember, Yankee 2 is here. It's 11,450 feet. Yankee 1 full length is 12,000 feet. Probably Yankee 2 we can do. What's the other one? 8,500 feet. Now, could we do it to LA? Probably, but you know what? Let's be safe with the bigger runway. All right, so you can see it's already down at the bottom, build things in, but not the one chart we truly need. First off, let's zoom in and see. How about we get on what I need to be on? And we are in, I believe it's A40. Yep, A40. Okay. Again, you saw that, right, folks? You can just zoom in and see how things look as to how you're, where you're parked and all of that good stuff. So now all I got to do is look for parking coordinates. Okay, we said A40. That is this little guy right here, north 42, 12.5, west 83, 21.5. All right, so in order to start all this, your radio master bus, you need to be on ground power or APU power. Do not change. Radio master must be on, and the essential number 2 on. Then each of your switches move to align, then nav, or I should say align and or nav. It's easier to go to nav because it'll automatically push it over. Now, check that your dates are up to date. 2509, that looks good. We'll click clear. Now, you can put it in via Detroit or your coordinates. So you could put in KTDW and it'll align up fine. Because when we go into alignment, that's when, or when we go into the, where it aligns in flight, then it will bring that fade back closer. Or we'll just do the latter, which is north 4212.1. Now, this keypad is kind of weird. AN, the top button here on the right side, all 3 units. Alpha is A, N is numeric. Your information here, like position, course, leg, direct, flight plan, waypoint, things you'll use, numeric. You'll see if we get what I'm pretty sure we are. You'll see what I mean. All right, so we're going to go north. And I just did it. Clear. You see what I did? I clicked in. No, it's here. That's north, east, south, west. Yeah, it can get a little confusing. Now we're going to put in We're still numeric. It shows it up there. So 4, 2, 1, 2, 5. And you're going to say, yeah, it is not a correct coordinate. You need the 0. Now it is. Enter. West 83. Now you don't have to worry about that 0. 8, 3, 2, 1, 5. Told you this was going to be extended startup. So 832150, 421250. Okay, enter. Check your date. Okay, this one is aligning. If you don't believe me, check it. It's aligning. By the way, the number 10 is aligning in your codes. However, you're not done. You got to do it on each one. So we're going to go north, 4, 2, 1, 2, 5, 0, enter. West, 8, 3, 2, 1, I believe 5 again, 0, enter, enter. And you can put it on status. Now, code 50, I don't really know what that means, but it will drop to 10 here shortly. Now, down here, oh, by the way, that was called by Brain Games, and I love it. First officer. This one, flight engineer. Kind of zoom in. Okay, now you can't see them, so don't worry. I'll show it again here in a minute. Clear north 4, 2, 1, 2, 5, 0. Enter. West 8, 3, 2, 1, 5, 0. Enter, enter, enter. Status. Okay, let me come out a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Can I come back? Yeah, perfect. All right. So again, by the spoiler handle, that's the captain's. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Click. By the flap handle, that's the first officer's. Down in the middle is flight engineer. I liked how he did that. That was well thought out. I liked that. So, all right. So that right there has got us updating. Now, you can see 3 minutes roughly, call it 4 to 5 minutes roughly to go. Now, during this alignment process, Hawk Flight 200, good afternoon. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the first time chat. All right, so let's head over here. INS. As you can see, there is a quick align. There's a clear waypoints. There's your current position, which pretty much is what we laid in. Good afternoon to you too, sir. Now, a little quick thing. We can click this. Look for our flight. Select all. Let me see if it put them in already. No. Okay, let me try. I got to remember how that worked. Oh. Now let me look. There they are. And I believe it saves you from crossing over at this moment. Okay, when we start adding fixes for departures, arrivals, that's when we got to make sure we shove it to all the CDUs and all of that. Okay. So a neat trick here is this page, and you can click can't remember how we go to the next page. But yeah, you can go through them and see them all. Nice little button here. And also we can go back. We can get the nearest DME fixes. Now, I have found some of these don't work. Either we're too close, not strong enough, or whatever. Some of them do not work. But that was before this latest update. Maybe some things changed. So, but anyway, it's a great thing to use to speed things up. I didn't have to type them all in. So, all right. So let's see where we are in the payload. Hey, everybody's on board, 18 crew members, and our cargo is waiting for us to push back. Neat thing about when you use the real world, real-time load, the cargo doors will close automatically when you're at 0. However, the main door won't, and that is because if you're familiar with airline operations, there's still a lot going on between terminal, plane, back and forth, and that's why. Speaking of which, the pilot needs to use the lavatory. He'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. Sorry for that quick run there. Ugh. All right, so we have the CDUs now aligned. Or actually, are they? Let's find out. Okay. Code 1 is aligned. All aligned, ready to go. Okay. Told you we got one more step to do here. Each point. Now, differences, just a quick synopsis here of what the LTN is capable of versus what SEVA did. SEVA was first. Coordinate only. So that meant when we put those coordinates in for where we're at here on the airport, you had to do that. And you could only put 9 in. Even though you had 3 boxes, only 9. Later versions allowed you some latitude on that. But you also had to have the coordinates for each fix. So if you happen to have each fix of this departure or the arrival, you could conceivably do an RNAV. Good luck. They've been gone for quite a while. However, LTN allows 98 fixes. And again, they could be VOR NDB. Those are 3 character. Airports, 4. Actual fixes in flight, 5 character identifiers. They could be allowed. So that is how RNIP, or not RNIP, RNAV began to be able to be used with this. All right. So again, you only had 9 fixes and you're constantly, which is good, keeps the crew kind of going until you hit the North Atlantic or the Pacific. And then they stretch out 40, 45 minutes to an hour apart. And then you're back to twiddling your thumb. No, just kidding. But no, seriously, it did take some time. So, all right. Now we do have the fixes loaded. However, not all of them. And this is where I get into trouble. I'll go in and program it. And then they'll say, no, you're going to fly this departure. And I'm like, what? The funny thing is, the last one, I think was I got the runways turned around in my head for some weird reason. All right. So now, if you were to put in, and I've seen a lot, hey, I used to do that until I found this little trick. Put in each waypoint individually, then you would have to literally, like today's verbiage, cast it to the flight officer or first officer and the flight engineer. And that is simply done. Click the remote RMT and then set it up. We'll be doing that here. Matter of fact, we'll be doing it here in a second. I am going to go ahead, come up on VATSIM. Today's call sign Northwest 335. B747-2. Go. All right, we've got a pre-departure clearance. All right, these can get tricky. But first, I want to get in here and get this frequency set right. SID speed supply contact for taxi. So what that's saying is I should be able to push back and then call for taxi. All right, we'll get into that in just a second here. 225. Either way, I think would be equal distance, so that's why I went this way. 225. Okay, we're there. We're standby. We're paddle up. we're going to see how this works, this radar. He has updated it to X-Plane 3.0 specs, hopefully, is what they're saying in the update. All right, now, I know you all can't see this just yet. Bear with me. Where are you on here? I know. Oh, there you are. All right, there's the X-Pilot. Matter of fact, you don't mind. Let's blow it up a little bit. We're not going to see it much in flight anyway. I'm going to hide it. So let's blow it up a little bit. I don't know how much you can read of it. Sorry, I thought my wife was about to get a call. All right, so pre-departure clearance gives our call sign, our aircraft. I don't know why a Zulu. Did I screw that up? Huh. Departure, Detroit. Arrival, Los Angeles. And we're going to be able to fly the Snyder 3, it looks like, to Bright, St. Louis, and then on. Our squawk code, let's head on down for that. Let's do the basics before we get into the tough part. Squawk code. I set the back numbers first, just so I don't inadvertently step on the Mayday or other ones that are out there. 5725, we're on, good, good, and backup ready. Okay. Now, hopefully we'll get through this real quick before any verbal abuse of the channel. Anyway, so we are cleared via the SID to 36,000. Now, let me ask you out there, how many of you think we're cleared to 36,000 after departure? If you said yes, you were wrong. Then why would it say 10 minutes after departure? It says expect 36,000 10 minutes after. So what in the heck are we departing with? Answer lies in the chart. Okay. Hang on, let's bring up the Snyder 3. All right, here we go. We'll be putting in nitrin, firm, Avril, OGs, Joules, Snyder, right on out to Bright. We're going to put all those fixes in here in a minute. All right, but that's still, what do we climb on? All right, that's all right here. It says initial climb. He already also, by the way, said we're going to 4 right. Yes. So, SID speeds apply. So we'll now have to go back up, look at that too. So 4 right is right here. So we're going to climb 0360, intercept 339 to nitrin, at or above 2,500 feet, at or below 230. Then on to firm, then on to Avril, at or below 7,000. That's if we get that far and he hasn't said we're cleared to climb unrestricted to 36,000. At some point he will. Okay, he or she will. But the key here is initially we are cleared to flight to 17,000. So don't make the mistake like I have twice. Once out in Vegas, once in Florida. You're cleared to that altitude. When it says climb via SID, expect 36360 10 minutes later. So we're to climb to 17,000, and 10 minutes later or so, we're going to get the call to climb higher. Maybe 36, maybe not. Who knows? But, and then if he clears us out of his airspace, well, we're on our own anyway at that point. So, mute point. But anyway, I like pointing that out because it catches. I hear it just like, I'm like, oh my God, that's what I did. So on stream, I try to help push that out there for you. Okay. So, and then we're to contact 126.225 for taxi, not push and start, taxi. So once we get pushed, started up, ready to go, then we call them. And we're again cleared for 4 right. Yay. Get it? Got it? Hopefully you got it. If not, get it, got it. All right, we cleared that out. All right, as we mentioned, since we're still at the gate, let's put in this lovely SID. Hang on, I'm going to slide this over. Wrong way. Good enough. All right, so we're going to be basically from Big Heart to from 1 on out. All right, so let's clear. Now we're going to put in intern. Most likely, a good chance our departure will read direct intern or nitron. Okay, so let's come over here. N I. Oh, it caught me. Notice? Yeah, I did that intentionally. NITRN. Enter. Oh, I got to remember how to drop it. Oh, wait. Clear. All right, let's do it again. NIT. There we go. All right, now we just click enter. Our next one is FERRM. I always like to double check. Enter, enter. Avril. R. L. And then we're off to OGs. Down to Jules. Whoa, I did that wrong. Clear. J. Wells. ELS. JWELS. Enter, enter. All right. Now we're coming down to Sanders. S or Snyder's, I guess. You know, it's your call. SND. DRS. And this is what you would have done putting in all those fixes, but you would have started with these to start with. Okay, so you pick which way is faster for you. But if you're on one of those long hauls, you might want to put your base in first, which is from your last departure fix to your first arrival fix. Get that in first like this and then go. You know, a flight from Detroit to Orlando was flown by Northwest. There's like 20 fixes between the end of the Snyders and the beginning of whatever fix down in Florida. And it pays to have those already in. Rita? CBs? Well, that was weird. Kern, KR. And then Big Heart. It would have been there had somebody not deleted it. Ah, ah. Current co. B. And an R and a T. Big Heart. Enter. All right, now I mentioned this. Now I'm not going to so much worry about the arrival yet because runways and all of that can change en route. We'll probably fly the designated departure or arrival, but you know, let's think about it. Wait a minute, what runway? Oh, where'd it go? That's why switch for right, change to, and that'll flip around. All right. So then we come out to J Wells and right on out. I just want to check that STL is next, and it is. Okay. Cool. All right, so that gives you an idea to there what we're doing. I'm going to go ahead, cinch us up here, centered. All right, so, and then we would do the same thing with the C view. We'll come in, I'm not sure, I think we're coming in from, looks like that'd be the only way, from 29 Palms to Seaview and then on to our arrival to Los Angeles. We'll deal with that. We got 4 hours to deal with that. All right, so let's pull charts out. You know what? Now we have to do a cross-fill. Why? Well, it's missing those first 9 fixes. The P that you see here on the first officers to the right, that's your present position, can never change. So wherever you are in flight is where that is. Okay, just to let you know. All right, so let's cross them over real quick. Okay, so click remote. Now, this one has them, so it needs to be the master. Okay, come over here, click remote. They're going to be the slave. They're the receiving. It's tossing these 9 fixes over, but it's going to put them all over. So you could have put that in, but waiting is cool. It won't hurt anything. And then this is where I got to get tight, remote, down, slave. Okay, now let's come back up. So next up, once we have those set to slave and master, click enter, 23 waypoints, enter. It's ready. I forgot to do that down here. Enter. All right, now it's not doing it yet. Now we've got to click enter to transmit. So slew next, clear, return, enter. Enter. And it takes just about, in our case, about a minute or so. And it'll go through all 23. All of them are going over again. It doesn't just piecemeal those 9 in. It's not that smart, folks. It's pretty smart, not that smart. Also, one other limitation with LTNs. As you saw, you cannot put in a SID, standard instrument departure, or a standard terminal arrival name on either one. You have to put each fix. And guess what? It's, say you had 20 fixes from Detroit to the Star into Orlando. You got about another 20 fixes into Orlando. Oh my gosh, are there so many down there? And that's it. Crossfill complete. Back to waypoint, and down here to waypoint. Whoops. Okay, and there they are. See them? Perfect. Let's get ready because we're ready to roll. I've got a lot of checks still to do, so stand by. I didn't get my nav radios done yet, so hang on. Okay, 110.7. And what we're doing is just checking the radio out. It is 110.7. Okay, so make sure your panel's on radio master INS. Up and left is good. Down and right is good. And we'll there we go. And we'll set this one up too. All right, quick check, good. Flight director's off on the auto throttle, autopilot. Runway heading 036, we'll go ahead, dial it in. Okay, 8,000 will work for now, off for the VS, off for alt, hold, or select. I know y'all can't see the mouse, sorry about that. Again, flight director, up left, we're checking the first officers, down right, good. All right, and the radio master. All right, for now, I'm going to get rid of the sticks. You can bring them back by the black bar below here. Okay, let's go all the way over, check the clock, looks good. Speeds look good. We can test. Actually, I like to get more centered for this one because it sets them off on both sides. Okay, altimeter. We said 3013. Okay, stand by. Let's go back here. Okay. All right, we got all that set up from just that one number. Okay, altimeter looks good. You'll only get an audible on this radar. Good. Test, test. Lights test good. Instrument warnings look good. Okay. There's the INS updating. That's fine. I'm not going to get overly max reset. Now, we're going to check the alert for the altitude. Now, you've heard this. If I'd have gone to 0 and back up, you'd have heard it. Now, I'm just going to set, let's set 17. Okay, now, continuing. Never ever have you heard these alerts on here.
Pull up, glide slope, glide
Never.
slope.
Just never do those.
Glide slope, glide slope.
Okay, down on the panel, down there, radar, rudder and ratio, gears down, green light. Flaps are 0, test, test. And again, if you're going to use the checklist, if it says test anywhere on this panel, test it. Because more than likely, there's a check for it on the checklist. 3013, to prove there won't be an alarm. It's only on the pilots. Okay, clock's good. Running across the bottom. Okay, we don't have hydraulics. Stand by. Actually, let's go ahead and start getting the aircraft up and running. Upper left is what we're watching, EGT build or RPM build up. All right, let's get the gens on. Okay, we are now off external power. We're now on internal. Okay, everything else looks good. All right, let's get back to the panel, finish it up. Okay, going across. All right, let's warm up the radar. It's not turned on yet, but we're warming it up. Okay, come across. Real quick, spoilers are down. Takeoff configuration check completed. We're not configured. Flaps are 0, 0. And the radar's warming up over there. Final checks down here. Radios are set. Transponders set. Radar standby. We're in standby mode on the transponder. We're ready to go. All right. No, we're not going to run the checklists. And thank you again for giving me that time to go through a pretty in-depth startup of this plane. We are about ready to push. Just starting up ACARS since we forgot that last night. I wonder who that was. And what we got to log in this time. I'll be totally honest. I have no idea where Northwest parked in LA. So. Okay, we'll start the flight. All right, let's see here. We've got our boarding complete. Doors closed. We're closing the main door.
Ground power disconnected.
Kind of liked it. I know why now, because they now have GPU at the gates if you have jetways. Otherwise, you got to wait for a ground power unit to come to you. I get it, but kind of. All right. I wish we could disconnect. That's the only thing. All right, we're ready to push it and start it. It's funny. I'm going to just give you a good little chuckle. You got to know Airlines. Is that DLH over there? Okay. I thought it said DAL. This is where Delta parks here. Used to be Northwest when Northwest was around. Delta would have been over there. But anyway. Speaking of one, down here, 1303. All right, let's switch over. Let's double check our information. Tango, 3 left, 4 right. And Detroit approach or departure correction. Northwest 335 heavy, stand Alpha 40. Do we need to request push and start?
Northwest 335 heavy approach. No problem. Push back at your discretion. Expect runway 4 right.
All right, we'll push back at our discretion. Thanks for the 4 right. 335 heavy.
You're welcome.
Things are, don't want to say it out loud. It's going kind of nicely. Last thing I want to do is our performance. We're going to go ahead, go flaps 20. Runway length, I think we said 12,000. 12,000. Airport elevation 645, so we'll go 7. We'll go 600. It's below 04. Do we have a slope? 1. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Which way? Down. and then I go up. There we go. Dry temperature here is 24, and the pressure is on us. 060 at 9. All right, so here's our V speeds. We're going again, flaps 20. So 125, 134, 147. Gonna set the bugs. This is our flaps up. Hey, we got birds flying over us. That's okay. He gets balloons and whatever else, so I gotta see this. Yep, there they are. I just saw the shadows, that's why. That's great. Oh, that's great. Okay, so 125, 134, and 147. Now, one thing to know about heavies. Just because you're heavy, you do not get Blanche carpet to fly above 250 below 10,000 feet unless, one, there's no one on VATSIM, two, you have permission to go above it, or that's pretty much it. You don't get to just go to 307 as in our case. No, you can fly flaps 1 if need be, flaps 5 worst case, until you're over 250 and then start bringing them up. So actually you would have been up probably with flaps 1 that high, but still you have the ability to use flaps. It just stinks you got to keep them out so long. But welcome to flying a heavy. So for today, we're looking at 6,500 feet for takeoff, and the runway is not 12,490 feet. Don't know where in the heck they get that number from, but yeah. Oh wait, he said 11. Back that down. What did he say? Distance 11,450. We'll go with that and set our bugs. Yeah, because we got plenty of room. Still the same numbers. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it, folks. Just spinning around. And there has not been a better pushback
Hey, Captain,
update in a
let me know
while.
where you want this thing.
I don't know. To be totally honest, I think I'll put it right. Well, you know what? Let's do. Actually, let's try that again.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
I want it. You know what? I'm gonna.
Chocks removed.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Okay, real quick.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our
Okay, I'm just going through here real quick to make sure I haven't forgot anything. Window heats, seatbelts.
we request your full attention as our cabin crew will demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on a loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight for your own safety. If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might
Okay, let's do it.
Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light 'em up.
towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door. Oxygen and air pressure are always being monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen
Ready to start the engines.
will appear in front of you. To
Ready
start
for
the
engine
oxygen,
start.
pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally.
Starting engine 3.
Inflate
Start of valve open.
to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency,
20% and 2.
position.
Fuel on. Light up.
On top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor.
N2 is not up here. You would have to look back here and catch it. It's the top gauge. But the first flight engineer, he'll tell you.
And adjust at the front. To inflate
Starter off.
pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light.
Engine stabilized.
Perfect.
All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during
Starting engine 4.
further notice of
Start of valve open.
We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatory is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in a card located
20% and 2.
in front of you.
Fuel on. Light up.
Before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable flight.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your
Starting
parking brake.
engine 2.
Starter valve open. Starter off.
Starting engine 2.
Approach
Start of valve
calling
open.
American 4524,
20% and
descending
2.
via the arrival. We're at 16,000 feet.
Fuel on.
Direct.
Light up.
Whiskey, November, Golf, November, Tango.
Parking brake set.
Sir, we have a problem.
And we're
We were,
disconnecting tow.
and two.
Give me just a moment.
settled to do Foxtrot Echo Romeo Lima 2 arrival to runway. I don't know exactly the runway, but looking to the 80s.
Starter off.
We're gonna request vectors to intercept.
Fuel on. Light up.
Runway 4 left if it is possible. 4524
Engine stabilized.
3013, yep, you can expect vectors for visual approach runway 4 left. Copy that, so altimeter is 3013 and expecting vectors to the visual approach runway 1, correction 4 left.
Starter off.
4524.
Engine stabilized.
All right, let's get the after start up here. Flight recorders, start beacons, brakes, engines, pack valves, get those back open. All right.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Ann Arbor, Coast Guard 6014. Coast Guard 6014, approach. Coast Guard 6014 is over Milan. Signal 860, transition the Ann Arbor Delta to the north. Roger, 10 minute 1 second, I'll get right back to you.
Not sure.
Coast Guard 6014, squawks 263.
Not sure where Endeavor's going.
We don't need radar, we just want to transition to Delta. Oh, okay. You can disregard, just transition approved. Coast Guard 6014.
All right, 13.4. And I think we're close to going. Let's see here. Pack door warning, hydraulic panel. We don't have that turned on yet. Okay, packs are on.
4524, turn left heading 250, vector to final, it's going to maintain 6000. Heading 250 on vectors to final, descent 6000 feet, breakdown 4524.
Flaps 20.
Okay, stabilizer trim. .5. Probe heat on, flight controls. Okay.
Detroit approach Southwest 1305, North Terminal, holding point 5, right taxi with Tango. Southwest 1305, approach runway 4, right taxi via Yankee, cross runway 27, right at Yankee. Runway 4 right via Yankee, cross 27, right at Yankee, Southwest 1305. And I'm sorry, that was very broken. Is it Delta 1303 right taxi?
Approach Northwest 335 heavies ready to taxi for 4 right.
Northwest 335 heavy approach to runway 4 right, Quebec Tango.
Quebec Tango 4 right for Northwest 335. All right, am I got?
1303, give me ready set.
Oh, he's putting me over on the other side.
American 4524, just make sure you're compliant on speeds 250 or not that or below.
Parking brake released.
250 after below 10,000, Delta 405.
All right, we'll give way. We're working our way over to Quebec. We'll continue around Northwest 335.
Delta 4805, I can't
All right, I need to go direct.
American 4524, turn right heading 310. 310, turning right, American 4524. Southwest 1305, you ready? Ready to go, South 1305. Southwest 1305, RNAV, night train, runway 4 right, clear for takeoff. I'm sorry, throw button there. RNAV, night train, runway 4 right, clear for takeoff, South 1305. Northwest 335, you ready?
335's ready.
Northwest 335, runway 4 right, line up and wait, traffic, South 37 departing.
We'll line up and wait for right from Yankee 1.
American 4524 to maintain 2000.
Stabilized.
American 45. How does that work? Delta 1405. Stand by 1 second. American 4524, turn right heading 010, join the localizer. Turn right heading 10 for establish on the localizer, American 45. Southwest 1305, departure rate of contact, say altitude. Southwest 1305, leaving 1.1, climb via. Southwest 1305, roger, you can delete the speed restrictions, climb maintain 17,000. Delete the speeds up to 17, south 1305. Air 4805, I see you now, runway 4 right, taxi via Juliet. Juliet, Delta 1405. American 4524, the airport 1 to 2, clock at 10 miles. We have an inside, American 4524. American 4524, clear to visual approach, runway 4 left, clear to land. Clear visual approach, runway 4 left, and clear to land, runway 4 left, American 4524. Northwest 335, heavy RNAV 9, runway 4 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff for right RNAV to Nitron. Northwest 335 heavy.
Delta 1303 heavy, runway 4 right, line up and wait, caution wait clearance for heavy 747. Roger, after departing 747, line up and wait and reserve for right, Delta 1303. Approach South 1305, certified, do you want the restriction roll or unrestricted 17? Southwest 1305, unrestricted 17,000.
Cross set.
South 1305.
80 knots. V1. Rotate.
Delta 2602, good morning again, push back and start your instruction, expect runway 4 right.
Positive rate.
Juliet, do you want to stay inside Juliet? Juliet's fine, you're good.
Gear up.
Cleared, push for Juliet, and which one landing safe as expect? 4 right for you. Alright, 4 right, Delta 2602. Northwest 335, heavy radar contact, say altitude.
Northwest 335 through 1400 for
Gears
17.
up.
Northwest 335, roger, delete speed restrictions, then you can climb unrestricted to 17,000.
Unrestricted to 17,000. Shame I can't pull the stick all the way back and shoot up.
Delta 1303, RNAV blue, runway 4 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 04 right, Delta 1303. Delta 1303, verify RNAV to blue. Come here now, Delta 1303.
Flaps 10.
American 4524, welcome, turn right when able, join Victor. Right on Victor, American 4524.
Flaps 5.
Southwest 1305, unfortunately centers offline, registers terminated, frequency change, we'll see you later. Switch to South 1305, thanks for seeing. Delta 1303, departure, radar contact, altitude. 1303, roger, delete the speed restrictions and climb maintain 17,000. 17,000, Delta Jesus. Delta 4805, just hold shoreline.
Flaps 1.
What about a hold shoreline? Just go something quickly, Delta 4805.
Flaps up.
4524, make a 180 there on Alpha to Victor. 180 on Alpha, Victor on Alpha.
All right. So far, so good. And we're on our way.
Lufthansa 443 Heavy, runway 4 right, taxi via Yankee 1.
$10,000.
4524 at runway 4 right, check 4 right, hold short at Victor. 4 right, hold short at Victor, American 4524. Northwest 335, unfortunately, centers offline, registers terminated, frequency change, we'll see you later.
Northwest 335 copies over to Unicom. Thanks for the great ATC. Have a good one.
Anytime, sir, have a nice day.
Wow. We're nowhere near the... Well, I guess we are. Yeah, 12,000. All right, we're taking it on up to the east side. Okay, west side in this case. Actually, I am going to accelerate us to 307. Back here, packs are on. Do our after takeoff check. Okay, next.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights.
Hold on.
Off. Ignition.
Check.
Cabin ready.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Wait.
I'll get it in a second. We're too close.
Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Actually, you know what? Let's get these cross feeds on for just a little bit. Monitor our engines real quickly here. Okay, they look good. All right, and then we'll finish getting us up to 36. All right. There you have it, folks. We are climbing. The only thing we have left to do on this departure is at Mach 0.85, we'll switch over here. We're in IAS, meaning the indicated airspeed over here, whatever the caret's set at, that's what the pitch will maintain. Then we'll switch it to maintain it via Mach speed, and then we'll actually go into Mach hold. But right now, I hate this. That's what I wanted. Okay. And then down here. Yeah, let's just do. Yeah, we'll just keep position there. All right, so we're on our way. We're through. Cool. All right, so now let's get into updating. Setting it up for what the updates will do. Status. Enter. Oh, expand. All right, so we want to enable. For now, I'll leave it. Now down here, all we can do is okay. And now we're set up. I'm going to leave it on GPS for now until I do a little more research, a little more learning about it. But overall, let me turn up VATSIM a little bit in case you all had a hard time hearing it. Sorry, folks, if I was distant trying to show off the aircraft and all the fun stuff that goes with it. By the way, there's the beautiful aircraft, the Queen of the Skies. Getting ready to join up with what I call the Highway 66 Run to Los Angeles. right, folks. Sorry for being so quiet there while we did some stuff here to help promote the video a little. All right. Well, let's just sit back, relax, enjoy the ride out to Los Angeles. We're getting close to the end of the, well, actually, no, we're not. We still got about 100 or so miles to go, but it's a long Sid out to Big Heart and then on to Godspeed. Did you see that thing I sent you? No. And I'm going to look right now. Nice. Me, please. Godspeed, thank you for the heads up. Not sure if I'll be on the favorite list or... Oh, look at that screenshot. Man, what an awesome... Anyway, what he sent me is coming... That's right, coming in the 26th of September. Those of us that have been waiting for it, it will be here.
Level off.
Tolis A320 Neo, and we're a little fast. Doggone it. Nice. Thank you so much for catching that. Any more nuclear clouds? Hang on. I gotta slow this pig down. Hang on. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do it using it up here just to help. Do I see any nuclear clouds? Nope. But I loved that screenshot. That was just flat out amazing. All right. Now we'll set this to Mach 0.85 here in a second. All right. And once we level off, it should come up. All right, I'm just trying to get her up to 0.85 and hold at indicated airspeed, and then we'll switch it over to Mach. Kind of an unprecedented way to do it, but it works. All right, let me get my heading more closely suited to what we're doing, just in case we got to take over. All right, I think we have, I meant to put it back into cruise. Come back to the fuel, 33, perfect. Okay, that looks good. Turn these pumps back on. I'll explain what we just did. Okay, back off with those. Okay, when you start your descent, you got about 4,000 pounds of fuel, a little less than in each far tip of your wing. You want to drain that. What the purpose of that was, my only guess, somehow in the weight and balance of the plane, I don't know. But anyway, you start flowing that in to your two outer mains, and then they should stay lighter than the ones closest to the fuselage. As you can kind of figure, a hard landing might, who knows. But anyway, that's the theory. So that's what I did. Turned the out pumps, the boost pumps 4 and 1 off, making sure the cross feeds were on in between, so that way all the engines are still getting fuel. Now, technically, since all the engines are getting fuel from their fuel tank respective, I could turn off one of the other cross feeds. Okay, I'm not. I'm just going to leave it. But we're in cruise. We are looking good. I'm looking up here. Yeah, everything's looking good. We're on our way. I hope you enjoy. We have, I know it's not 1 hour. Let's say, boy, we're doing great. 3 hours, 17 minutes to go. All right, now we're starting to show. Let's see. Let's go 150. All right, we'll kind of keep an eyeball on it. We do have, what looks like a little, oh boy, it may or may not show up. I don't know. I was saying we might have some precip around Big Heart, but it is not looking that way. Yeah, nothing even down towards St. Louis. Okay. Cool. Glad we're not storm chasing today, because we would fail miserably yet again. But again, the announcement of the day. The long-awaited A320ceo from Tolis knocks on the door September 26th. All right. Wow. That's actually a pretty good picture. I hate to say that. That's some amazing clouds. But yeah, again, the Tolis A320ceo. It's an add-on to the A320neo that's already been released. Geez, is it almost a year now? Anyway, it is coming the 26th of September. Coming soon. Very soon. And just make sure you already have the Neo package, because it's a requirement. All right, so that is gonna, oh boy, am I gonna, can't wait for the liveries to come out on that one. ETOP Snowdome, if you're flying in an area, uh, oh, and I'm pretty sure that, it's just my dumb luck that's just not finding them. We're not able to storm chase. But anyway, ETOPS is extended operation. So when you're flying over the ocean, aircraft of 2 engines, I don't think 3 or 4 require it, but I think they have one where if they lose it, they need to find someplace, so they got to stay within a range of airports. It depends on what they get certified for. Up to 180 minutes, I think it is, or is it miles? Anyway, so that way they can get safely to somewhere. FIR NOTAMs are basically for each of your ATC TRACONs you fly through. So flying, say, in the U.S., well, let's take this flight. We start in Cleveland's ARTC center. Now we're in Indy, soon to be in Chicago, Kansas City, Albuquerque, then LA. I don't think we're going to touch Denver, but still, you kind of get the drift. It's each of those centers. They're going to have NOTAMs that the pilots have to be aware of. It's one of those fun things of being a pilot. Well, if you didn't know already, Godspeed, because I checked, I don't think I reported. The A321 is out there, beta version right now. Now, I haven't checked lately to see if they've gone over into the world of released, but yeah. Yeah, as of the 16th, the 319, as you pointed out to me, went into beta 2, which I don't know still what that meant, and then the A321 went in. All right, we're at Big Heart, making the turn towards the gateway city of St. Louis. And we're about on the Highway 66 route. I mean, if you look at this route, match it up to Highway 66, if you know it, you'll go, oh, wow, it is following it. So it's pretty cool that it's, why it's going this way, don't know. Probably maybe some storms that I'm not aware of, or turbulence. Try to give the passengers a little better ride. They're already in the best ride, though, the queen of the sky. Sorry, it beats anything out there, folks. Do I just use NOTAMs? Not sure the question. Let me ponder an answer by getting more information. So I go live on Discord. Do I use just NOTAMs for flights? I just let it give me everything. Do I even check those pages? No. Sorry, no. If you've ever seen the packet the pilots get, I have. Compliments of them faxing their flight releases from dispatch into our operations center at the airport. They cut down a few trees to make one. We have a resident dispatcher who will chime in from time to time. He could agree. A couple of forests a day go down. What's up there? Hang on, let me bring you in here. All right, yeah, I don't even look at them. Now, if Austin is within earshot, there would be something interesting if you could figure that one out. How to make the NOTAMs show out here in the real world. For instance, what a NOTAM would be is like the instrument light systems are down, or the friction, that's, I think, coming. This taxiway's closed. I mean, that would be interesting to see. Then we would have to read that packet that a forest was cut down to give us.
Right.
But yeah,
I'm
now when I
curious,
use,
'cause I seen in the United virtual thing.
ah,
Whenever I go make a flight, it says like underneath it, it says like altitude, departure runway, and all that. And underneath that, it says ETOPS, step climbs, NOTAMs, and FIR NOTAMs.
yeah, the step climbs are just en route climbs that you should be able to make once the plane burns off the fuel to get lighter. Real useful going across the ocean. All right, now that looks promising. Let's see, is it? No. No. Let's find out. All right, where in the heck is my cursor? There it is. What the heck is that? Are you checking the stream out there?
Yeah, I don't see anything.
You don't see what looks like birds in between these two airways?
I mean, if birds show up on a map, that's very interesting.
I'm like, why? High altitude migrating geese. Or the cartoon migration is in play on here. Yeah, I'm not seeing storms. I just found that funny. That looks like birds right there.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, well. Yeah, I've got to get this moved to a different location on my OBS, so maybe the cursor comes back. It sure looks like I should see weather ahead of me, but I won't. Yeah, actually there is showing up here a little weather, but it's just not, I guess, producing enough to show up on X-Plane. Oh well. So how is Mr. OG today?
Doing pretty good. Yourself?
Off work already, man. Jeez. Nice boss. Nice boss to get off early.
Right.
Oh man. Well, hopefully we're starting to cool down here, and hopefully that pushes your way. All right, let me see here.
I think it's like 80 something degrees right now.
It's 82 right now, which yesterday was almost 90. We had the first part of the front come through dry, unfortunately. We have not seen.
That 90, it's 90 here.
Yeah, we have not seen rain in probably now the better part of a month. Maybe 2.
I think the weatherman said it's supposed to rain Sunday.
Well, I just got an alert down here on the toolbar of my computer. Monday, either by Monday or on Monday, up to 1 inch of rain.
Needs to be more than that.
Yeah, but we don't want it all at once. I don't know how long you all have been without rain, but we don't want it all at once. We want a nice, steady rain.
Yeah, you got a lot of clouds now.
Yep, but nothing on the radar. By chance, did you catch last night's flight?
I did not.
That's on YouTube, so that was fun. That caravan, they did some nice improvements. Still,
airfoils?
No, that one is Thronda. They still got one that bugs the crap out of me, but when you actually, there were two. The one that normally bugs me, where you pan in on the switches, as you lift your eye up, gauges disappear. But you get a little higher, they come back. That irritates me beyond belief that can't be fixed. The other one, you have to watch the whole thing to hear it shut down. I've never been around a Caravan. Maybe that's what it sounds like. Whoa, that was rough.
Did you look one up on YouTube and see if that's what it sounded like?
No, I try to go by real world, not people that can manipulate it with YouTube. So, but man, that was oh, that was really caught me off guard. But hey, if that's real, that's cool. I just wasn't expecting it. So where are you flying to?
Probably the Vegas from
From
Memphis.
Memphis. Wow. Look at those clouds. Looking awesome. Although that wing shine looks kind of interesting. Huh. It's like I'm missing part of my wing out there. Nope, it's all there. Just a very shiny, shiny wing. Oh man, that wasn't the one I wanted to fly today. Oh well. I didn't even catch that in all my pre-flight. I wanted to fly Northwest Orient. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, it'll be fine. And I got the numbers on the tail numbers. But the problem is, in my aircraft list, it's not my tail number, it just says request. Oh, well. It's still for. Wait a minute. Let's say, nope, I don't see any kind of precept on here. Is there something I need to turn on?
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I think as long as you have that NX rate on,
it should show. Oh well. Like I said, though, we're not storm hunting today. If we get lucky, great. If we don't, we don't. But again, yesterday's flight, there should have been a lot more returns out there than what we had. But now, also to X-Plane's defense, like the other sim, with that big update that NOAA and National Weather Service went through, a lot of links are either not working or not compatible anymore, and they're gonna have to update. Remember, we're not getting a METAR right now in either Elevatech or Sim Toolkit until they get that link all sorted out. The fact we're getting clouds, that's a plus, I guess. So, and I would be remiss if I did not add in this mighty me. 10 hours ago, subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much, mighty me. Sure appreciate it. Now, we would have been offline, I believe, 10 hours ago. Yeah, we definitely would have been. So thank you so much for that. And also to let y'all know, it is still September, which means it's still Twitch's September. And if you're into enjoying bargains, Twitch has one for you. Getting to it right now. Until October 1, 10 o'clock Pacific time, 10 p.m. Pacific U.S. time. If you subscribe via web or phone, it's 25% off 1 month and 3 month subs, 30% off 6 months. And boy, that's a big woohoo if we get one of those. So yeah, 25% for 1 month, 3 months, and again, 30% off if you go for 6 months. We sure appreciate it. And know that, boy, in the times we live right now, that would be awesome. But yet, thank you so much. We would appreciate it greatly. Three hours to go to Los Angeles. A lot of clouds. No rain. I thought the SEM was going to stop these pressure changes like this. But yeah, I keep mentioning the Highway 66 route we're taking. Basically came down through Springfield, basically out of Chicago. Follow I-55 here. And you're pretty much following it all the way into town. Then out on I-44 all the way over to Amarillo, actually into Albuquerque. And then I think you start getting back into where you're actually on it. And it might be Oklahoma, Texas too, but for the most part, the interstates of 55, 44, and 40 have pretty much encompassed it if you're here from the States. If you're visiting us and interested in the Highway 66, it is one of the more popular, I'm not going to say famous, but it is pretty well known in the States, Highway 66. Not the generation of today. You're gonna go back a few, because like I said, when the interstates started getting built in the late 60s, 70s time frame, probably even a little bit further back, they kind of took over. some of these major routes that were in the U.S. then. Highway 41, Highway 6. I'm trying to think some that I've actually driven. 30, well, no, not 33 is not known, but 66 is one of the biggies. So, and they just started moving it out of the towns, mainly so that they could keep, the whole thing was keep traffic moving. And it kind of killed some towns. It kind of became little one-horse towns, once hustling and bustling with jobs way back then, and then they just started shriveling as the interstates pulled all that traffic off that would go through town up onto the big road. So probably much the same on the autobahns of Germany and other major roads like that in Europe. You might find the same tales. So the only difference being the compactness that may help to save them. Here, once you pull them away, it's open road and they kind of get forgotten. It's 3,000 miles coast to coast.
Do they fly step levels or step things in real life?
Yeah. Yeah, they try to get them over the Atlantic. When they don't, well, it helps their fuel, believe it or not. They're burning at this level. Once they get down to the weight that they can go up to the next level, that's a little less effort on the engines. Now, when they don't get the step climbs, then they start getting in trouble with will they make their destination with the proper amount of reserve. My dad has a couple great funny stories I'll leave with him, but about pilots that he knew that they didn't get their step climbs over the water, and they weren't going to make it to their destination. So they had to find an alternate to land at. So they're quite funny. Some, not funny, but they could have been quite serious. So, ooh, what's this out here? The Starship Enterprise waiting on us? Or is that Battlestar Galactica? So, but yeah, step climbs are actually very helpful. That's how, I'll give you a good true story with this plane. That is how you can take, and I believe Atlas limits to 50,000 metric tons, which I forget what that equates out to our world, from Los Angeles to Tokyo, nonstop. They can do it if they get their climbs. Go to the Boeing site, look up the 747-200's range circles. They don't make it. But by step climbing, they're actually able to make it. And still have pretty good amount of fuel to make their alternate. Like they're supposed to.
Sweet.
They also build in a redispatch when they get to a point before they reach the point of no return. They check in with dispatch and they do the fuel calculations, time calculations, because there is a time at night nothing happens in Tokyo. It's called for noise, and you land. It's a big fine. It's a big fine. So they first make sure they'll make it on time. Second, will they have the fuel? If they don't, they go to Anchorage. And then they'll probably sit longer because then they won't make it in that window. It's a long window, but overnight hours is quiet hours. Only those scheduled in. I don't even know how that works. So I'm not even going to say scheduled. It's just quiet. and you better, you know, mind it. Just like the noise abatement out in Europe. They actually have sound monitors that if you cross it and set it off, airline's going to get fined. I know some people probably off O'Hare or some of the big major airports would love that same. But the difference is the houses off, say, Frankfurt or some of the other airports in Europe are a little older than the airports that are there, where unlike O'Hare, those houses were not there when it was built. So you moved in knowing you were moving in next to a major airport. All right, I noticed one thing I haven't done. Sorry for all the bouncing around. I didn't set my pressure.
I bet it's expensive living next to an airport.
I live next to one. It isn't a busy one, but I actually enjoy it. But then again, I enjoy aircraft. That's one of my favorite scenes in the movie Always. After the big event with the fire bombing aircraft, the tower girl moves, I'm guessing LA, I don't know which airport they were actually, right on the final approach. If it was LAX, I'm all for it. What's wrong with this place? They could fly over my house all the time. I'd even make sure there were skylights on the roof so I could see them. All right, what do we have for ATC up ahead? Just Fort Worth.
I might watch this movie tonight.
What, Always?
Yeah.
So really, I really liked it. Like I've told you all, if that movie would have came out in 1985 after that really bad check ride I had, it might have been enough to keep me going. I just was so embarrassed that I hung up my wings. And those of you that are in flight training, please don't let a bad flight check derail you. Keep at it, practice, get a new instructor if you need it, and don't give up on it if that is truly what you feel God is calling you to. All right, well, we're just kind of clipping across the country here. I sent your link. I don't know why the picture's not showing up when I send it. Um, Bad Attitudes jumping up and down for joy. A lot of people. Boy, I hope they come out with liveries quick.
I mean, they're probably still gonna. I mean, it's probably gonna still be the same liveries.
I hope the Allegiant ones will work. I can't wait for them to come up with the other ones. Because Flight Factor had them before. And I don't think they'll work on that plane. But yeah, again, here we are speculating on a plane that's due out in a week or two. What is it, a week?
Say a month. It's gonna be sooner than that.
It's going to be in a week. Next Friday. The only one from Allegiant I really, really hope they do is the Make-A-Wish. Don't get me wrong, I like the one with the whales, that one too. And there is one other one I've seen. But I think that event already occurred and yet it's still out there painted. Something in Vegas. So...
Man, I've been seeing like more and more cops in this game, man.
In what? Flight Sim?
Explain, yeah.
Huh. I've always seen a lot of cops in it. A lot of cops, a lot of fire. And a lot of birds.
A lot of birds.
Were you on in the beginning when I was going through and I could see the shadows flying off the building?
No.
I'm like, unlike some people, but they can see balloons and boats that I can't. Now, if you see a balloon at 36,000 feet, there's something wrong with that's a weather balloon.
I was gonna say, isn't that like a Chinese balloon or something?
Or it could be a Chinese one. Yep. Be looking for F-35s or F-22s to come up at it. That's not bad for this plane, about 30, 32 frames. As we're approaching the Lake of the Ozarks, people may have heard of.
Do they have an HD version of this plane? Or a high definition?
Not that I'm aware of. It's just the one, you know, whatever you download.
Usually there's two versions of the plane. There's a
Oh,
standard and a...
that's more in the tollless realm. Even Zebo, I only get one version.
Well, you should have a 4K version too.
I don't think I do. I will double check though once. Well, I can do it. I'll check my folders. All right, I don't know how I would check in my folders. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know how to engage the 4K.
And you should be able to just click on it, like you're flying the plane, like the other one.
I'll have to look, because I'll be honest, I never looked. But this one, I'm pretty sure it's only the one version. I don't think there's multiple. You'd have to go to the Felis Discord and ask.
I really want to ask, you know, the Tolis and Zebo, what's the difference between your liveries?
What do you mean, difference in rivers?
No, liveries. Like, what do they use that you know, Zebo's not using? Like, do they use like PNG, or do they use
That you would have
stuff?
to, you probably could pull up in the folder and see the difference.
Yeah, probably.
But again, I just download what I find. I've got to start emptying out what I've downloaded because I got a lot of liveries.
I do too.
Well, those clouds are disintegrating as we get closer. I think Felis has a ultra high powered radar and it's disintegrating them.
It's right here.
Well, let's see. Let me take a look. We should. We may not. I know I saw storms down in Arkansas. Oh, they pushed away too. Our last hope for storms is pretty well dying off. So, as kind of expected. My next storm attempt will be, I will look up for bad weather and then probably head to like England or Ireland and somewhere in that area to find it. Of course, the day we fly, it'll be beautiful weather. Yeah, but it doesn't show up. I mean, it's always cloudy, it's always nasty. The problem with overflying oceans is there's no radars. You know, that's why you can't see how bad a hurricane is other than when it passes over a buoy and that has wind capability to know it, or visual and they can catch waves. But until they get within range of an island that has radar, there's no idea knowing, or a plane flies into it. Which, speaking of which, what's going on in the tropics, if anything? I know somewhere. Where are you? Gabrielle is out there. It's a tropical storm that's gonna miss everybody. Another one coming out, but it's kind of weak. Not looking very well, but it could make a run towards the Bahamas. Could. 7 days to figure out if that's a possibility. Other than that, nothing. It's a little blob near the Cancun area. Who knows if that has any intent? A couple in the Gulf and that, or in the Caribbean. Pretty dead. Over in the Pacific. There's a little blob off of Baja that, if it turns in, could give some more monsoon troubles for them in Arizona. Or it could go due west and hit Hawaii. Who knows? So pretty quiet year for the tropics. Hopefully that doesn't mean when the next big hurricanes fire up, they'll be even bigger. We'll be comparing them to the size of Katrina like we do Andrew today. See how much bigger this is than Andrew? Well, we'll be doing that with Katrina. Hey, that kind of looks nice out there. See that nice well-formed thunderstorm? Granted low, but at least they're pretty well formed. So much so that my radar isn't picking it up. The birds are following us.
Don't they always?
They are literally following us. That's hilarious. There comes up Springfield, Missouri. Probably down where those clouds are is Branson.
It's not on Netflix.
Oh no, always, actually just left a month or two ago from Netflix. I tried to keep watching it to keep it, but they said it's got to go. But I've seen it running on YouTube. Was it YouTube? Anyway, somewhere. But yeah, it's a good movie. Especially if you like the older fire attack aircraft, the PBYs and the A-20s, doing the fire water drops and all, retardant.
No?
No? What?
I said the thing that got my attention about it, not only was it an airplane movie, but it was also directed by Steven Spielberg.
Oh, that part I didn't know. I just know it was really good. So,
Why is good?
for me at least. I mean, to each and every one their own, but I enjoyed it. Just like I love Strategic Air Command. But the problem is it's hard to find.
It's also
I actually
2 hours long.
what?
The movie.
What? Always?
Yeah.
So?
I mean, I didn't
You
see
sit
anything
through
bad, I
Marvel
just said-
movies? Come on. They're 3 hours. They can't figure out how to end them.
Just like the Fast and the Furious. Come on, man. We can
Hey,
do
I
this all day.
don't watch those, so. The reason I stopped watching the superheroes are I got tired of trying to figure out which comic we're seeing for which Batman or which Spider-Man or which Superman. It got really stupid. So I
Yeah.
gave them up. And I hope the country is, because it's really, it's just too many. Fast and Furious is kind of the same way. First couple were cool, and then it just same old, same old.
Yeah, when it was actually about drag racing and racing, that's when it was good. When they took it outer space, yeah, that's when I got the problems. But
So yeah. So for those of you out there that wonder why I don't watch superhero movies, that's why. Can't figure out who they are.
oh, it's on YouTube TV right now.
What, always?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
that,
YouTube TV.
I think I've seen it there, but I don't know if you have to pay for it or not. But trying to think. But yeah, Strategic Air Command. Oh man, what a great! I mean, the fact that it's about Jimmy Stewart, and that took time to learn that that movie was also his biography. So that was what was amazing to me.
Still haven't left the ground yet.
Well, I just passed Springfield. I think I'm gonna win.
Probably.
Tulsa's in my sights now. Actually, I'm not flying over Tulsa, but where are we? Ah, we'll be close. Oh, are we gonna cross Oklahoma City? Nope, we'll be close to that too. Said you're coming out of Memphis?
Yep.
Storms are showing up on Elevatech to your south.
Yep.
Are they showing up on your radar?
They're showing up in my game.
That again, are they showing up on your radar? Because they could show in your game and not be on that.
Something's showing on my radar. I think it's this terrain though.
I'm just glad to get the Queen of the Skies back in the air. I'd like to fly this more often, but I know most people like the smaller aircraft. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, here it is. There's the notice again. 1 inch of rain by Monday. Monday, couldn't tell you. Well, you could go to Oklahoma City. They have an approach up on VATSIM. Tulsa has ground.
I mean, if I'm doing an ATC flight, I'm probably going to be using the full ATC.
I'm not even sure we're going to drift into Fort Worth.
Most of the time when they talk on there, man, I can't understand what they're saying. That line, you gotta repeat everything back to them, like.
It's not that bad. This thing called a notepad and pen does wonders. Especially after you listen to it a few times.
I mean, I'd be asking for a PDF all the time, man.
Yeah, they won't give it to you in some areas.
Well, they won't.
Nope. That would be nice if they would in all areas, but they don't.
Isn't that like their job?
Well, they'll give you the clearance. It just you may not get it in the form of a pre-departure clearance. And by the way, technically, this plane wasn't capable of pre-departure clearances. But I'm thinking I have one of the letters in there for it, or the system that would come through. I hope you enjoy it. Alrighty. All right, let's just go and take a little walk, shall we? Again, I think Felis and their whole team has done a real good job here of modeling. Fact that I've never been in one to start with, you know, I can't really say much other than I think they've done a pretty, you know, good recapture of the age of the Queen of the Sky. I mean, that aircraft flew from the late 60s into the early 2000s, mostly cargo at that point. But up until 2000, it was in the airlines. Matter of fact, yeah, I think even Northwest flew them pretty close up to their demise before, you know, and they handed them to their cargo folks. But yeah, they've done a really good job here. I think, at least. Just some labs in the back. But yeah, I mean, overall, this is a well laid out, well done project they did, and the realism is there.
Still streaming?
Still streaming.
Still on the ground.
What you hung up on?
Actually wanted to do this flight.
So what's hanging you up? Life?
Nah. Just the ability to do this flight.
Don't have the time, huh?
I do have the time. But I don't know, I got stuff going on.
I get it. I get it. No problem. I get that, believe me. All right, looking out here, we still have Fort Worth.
Wonder what the snow's gonna look like.
Probably white and fluffy.
Like, is it just gonna like be on like the airports, or is it gonna be like everywhere?
Last time it was everywhere. Now, last year, it was interesting because we had a light snow dusting or a light something. I can't remember the whole behind the scene. Actually on the ground looking out my window. Parked at the airport, looked out the cockpit and went, that looks like out my window. How the snow just kind of blanketed it, you know, whatever we got. I forget if it was something super measurable or just a dusting, you know. So I was impressed with that. And then the slipperiness that followed it. That I'm looking to see how they do. If they go with the FICONs and try to be accurate with them or not, because we really don't have the guides to what we need to do. And even if we did, you know, there'll be people streaming, let's go see what we could do on landing on a runway that says closed because it's slippery. So we'll see. Winter isn't far off.
I wonder if these are like really accurate. I think the only way that it really picks up like weather is if it's like very severe.
I don't know, because you've seen it. We've flown into where we had a thunderstorm right here by the airport. Never on the X-plane map.
I wonder if it's like that in real life. Like the systems only pick up if they're severe.
No, they should be picking up, because even the smallest of cells could cause an aircraft trouble. Potentially.
I mean, for Cessna, right? Like,
Well, even an
that
airliner.
size.
Catch a good microburst or a downdraft and could be very, you know, that was the cause of a lot of crashes in the 80s, microbursts.
Airlines landing in tornadoes.
Literally. Microburst technically isn't, but it mimics one pretty well. It's what took out the TriStar in Dallas, a 727 in Charlotte. What else? I can't even think of them. What they had a lot. A DC-9, I think, into Detroit. So, oh yeah, they can see pretty well with their radar. Their radar is as good, if not better, than what you see on TV. Because they've got to be able to see distance on it so they can look at maybe working a way around the really severe stuff, if they even can. But usually they're routed around them to start with, so. Passengers don't like storms. Don't know why.
I would be more concerned about thunderstorms and flying near mountains than anything.
Well, you get down on approach, you're doing nothing more than flying in mountains then. get under 1,000 feet and get a downburst, hopefully you're able to react and get it in there quickly with power and either missed or pull it out for a landing. Most likely they'll go missed approach. But yeah, I mean, it's that radar is pretty interesting, and that's why I would really love to begin seeing weather on it to get an idea what, you know, how to use it better.
Like, doesn't it, like, the modders have to do their part too on the planes?
The who?
The mod, or the people, the designers on the planes, don't they have to incorporate into their planes?
Well, it depends. I mean, a single engine aircraft, you got to stick it out on the wing like a Caravan or a Pilatus. But a twin engine or anything like that, you can put it in the nose. And it all depends the amount of room you have as to which one you use. You can't just go sticking the radar in the nose of a 747 into a Baron. Lot smaller. Some of those aircraft, though, like the Cirrus that have those G1000 setups, they don't have radar, but they're able to dial in for flight or something like that to put it up on their screens.
Wait, you said the Sirius?
Yeah, the Cirrus.
I thought they did have it in the default plane.
They do, but in the real life, what they would do is dial in somewhere. There is no radar on a Cirrus that I'm aware of. They're coupled off their G1000 technology, off satellites or off whatever.
Doesn't Austin have one?
Probably same thing. If you look at a Caravan, look at a Caravan or a Pilatus out on the wing, you got that big bubble on the left wing or right wing usually. That's where an actual radar is. You could do that on Cirrus, but they're not there. You could do it on Austin's plane, but it's not there. But the G1000 suite couples it to a radar source, not on the plane, satellite or something else. I don't think they have them. That's because the problem is you put it in the nose, you got an engine in front of it, and it won't fit in the spinner of a prop.
Are you able to pick them up on helicopters?
I believe so.
Helicopters?
Same thing. The old helicopters didn't have it, but like the Blackhawks, they actually have a radar in the nose. But the city helicopters, the Jet Rangers, they would have to do the same thing as what they do with Cirrus, because they don't, well, they could put them in there, but I don't think they do for weight. But the Blackhawk actually has a radar. So does the Apache. Also used for other military things as well.
I'm actually getting 60 frames right now.
Look at you. I'm actually seeing a lot of Borg out here. Borg cube over there. Borg cube over there. They're here to assimilate us. But like always, out of range of my trusty radar. Arr. I guess just call me I find the good ways to fly, I guess.
Wish I could like get a drone to fly at like 30,000 feet in the air.
I'm not sure why you'd want a drone that high up.
Just to see what the clouds like, how the clouds look.
Why don't you just pay for a Southwest ticket and see the same?
Yeah, I guess.
Then you see it for real, not through the image of a lens.
I don't think they'll let me take a picture of it.
What do you mean?
I guess you can use your cell phones when you're at 30,000 feet.
As long as you're not on, as long as you're in air mode, you can take pictures. Now, you may not pick up cell towers that high up. But you can definitely go with airplane mode off and take all the pictures you want. All right, folks, back to the stream. We are 2 hours, 15 minutes or so out of Los Angeles. Last I looked, only SoCal approach is up, or departure, depending on your route of flight. And hopefully in about 2.5 hours, we'll be on the ground, hopefully. I say that, and it ends up being 3 hours. So enjoy the flight. I hope y'all have a great weekend as we continue to Los Angeles. Waiting to see if Godspeed will indeed take to the air.
I'm in the air.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm in the air, about 20,000 feet.
Radar doing a good job showing you where the storms are to avoid?
It's showing me it's clear.
Yeah, of all my disappointments right now with 3.0, I am just not finding bad weather on the radars. They're all around me, but just not on the radars. I guess I'm going to have to revert and take a default aircraft up. Well, we even took the C-90 that has radar. And, well, that night it just didn't show up at all. But I really wonder if that National Weather Service NOAA update that occurred to those critical servers for a lot of applications may have gotten the radars here in game. Or at least mine, because I sure can't find them. But then again, right now, there's nothing out there for it to find. Except for those birds behind us.
I wonder what the cockpits have changed in this plane.
Do what with the cockpits?
Like, I wonder if they changed
What airplane are we talking about?
the CEO. If they look just like they do 20s cockpits.
Oh, when the COs come out, they'll be pretty identical, other than the engines. There'll be a little here and there, but I think they're pretty identical. Look across the board, all of them are fairly close. Minor changes. The one I want to fly is the XLR here soon for the A321. All right, well, I am going to step away for just about a minute or two and stretch my legs and be back in for the second third of the run. Well, actually, let me make sure we're not drifting into somebody's neighborhood. Yeah, Fort Worth doesn't want to talk to us. As far north as we are. Let me make sure we clear their airspace before I stretch out my legs. It would be very rude to get up halfway through and they go, hey, by the way, call us. But I do hope everyone has had a phenomenal week. It has been pretty good here. Got to see the little whippersnapper quite a bit this week. And hope she's enjoying. So, time away from us. Oh, man. And hopefully the heat wave here in the middle of the country of the U.S. eases next week. Boy, it has just been hot, dry heat, almost like feeling like we live in Arizona here. And people say, well, that's comfortable. No, I'm sorry, an oven's an oven. It's hot. And this is what our late summer has been like since about the middle of July till now. Just like this, clear, hot. Although we did have some nice weather there for about a week. Really nice, cool weather. First real good blast of fall. It evaporated really quick. since brake release 2 hours ago. We're at 36,000 feet and just a little under halfway to Los Angeles. Okay. I truly do not think they are going to reach out and touch us. Actually, I'm showing weather right about here. Maybe not. Not really. Oh well. What's Elevatech show? I mean, we just... No, not even showing there. The next bit will be over the Rockies with some of that monsoonal flow that happens into Phoenix. Other than that, there's no weather out here of anything to report. Like I said, we're at about the halfway point and just cruising along, 900 miles to go. So I'm going to go stretch those legs now and be back with you here in about a minute or two. Doesn't look like much has happened in the couple of minutes I stepped away to walk around. Nothing on VATSIM, and we're cruising along with about 2 hours to go. So, you know what we could do? Let's take a look outside. We are starting to head for the mountains, not Bushmere, sorry. But no, an interesting phenomenon occurs when you leave Oklahoma City, and especially Amarillo. You actually start going uphill. Now, you don't really notice it looking out your car or your truck until you hear the engine not winding down, or in the case of a semi, the turbo in the engine. And yeah, you're basically rising. Your terrain changes from ditches to culverts, into canyons, into mountains. So it's a real neat effect to watch, especially on I-44 downhills. So, or I-40, sorry. So yeah, out there soon will be the mountains. So we'll be getting into the LA Basin sometime here in about 2 hours or so. Alright, so let's take a look here. VATSIM does have a controller or possible center. I haven't looked far enough ahead yet. Right now we're landing 24 right, 25 left. That makes sense. Alright, just reading through everything looks pretty standard. So we're going to be planning 24 right. Let me take a look. Maybe I can get a hint where northwest would go. Alright, where are they? There they are. Well, nope, that didn't help. Alright, well, we'll just have to kind of guess where they would have gone. Let me try one other possibility. Gate 33. That's all I'll shoot for that. Where's gate 33? Probably terminal 3. All right, so we'll shoot for somewhere from 33 to 32 Bravo, or 32. We'll see how that all works out. All right, that'll work. Okay, so coming in 24 right would be a good choice. Okay. Let's look here. All right, let's bring charts in here and kind of figure this out. Again, remember, with the LTN units, not SEVA, but the LTN, you can fly an RNAV. SEVA, you would need the coordinates for. That's why it's pretty difficult to almost impossible to. All right. So, but with the advent of the RNAV approaches, the CT or LTN works pretty good. All right, so let's take a look here. We're coming in on the Seaview. ILS 24 right SEVA. RNAVs. I'm going to go. Let me see what kind of difference it is between the two. I think they look like the same. Except one's without it. Okay. So either way, if we do the, let's see the other one. What's this one? Oh, that incorporates everyone coming in. Yeah. I think we'll just set up for the ILS. Well, you know what? Let's do the RNAV, but we can always couple the ILS up. All right, so we're on RNAV Yankee. Oh, I got all turned around there. Like, why are we transitioning off 29 pounds? Got it, Seaview. Okay, so here is the Seaview. We're coming in off 29 palms. We'll follow this route to Seaview. And then Seaview up the Skull, and then in Decor straight pretty much in for 24 right. It's not like we used to come in and then branch up to go over. It's just a little up and onto the localizer. There's not a lot of room. So it's a pretty easy run in. We just have to follow our stair step down to 2200 by Kobe. Okay, so how do we put this in flight? That is SoCal, right? I think LA's, no, that's SoCal. So we'll see if that remains. However, right now, SoCal has it. All right, let's get Seaview up here. And let me take a look here. Now, we're going to have to do the same thing. Transfer them into the others like we did before. So, my bad. All right, so off Tonopah. Or off Tonopah. 29 Palms, my bad. Puma. Palma. So that's Papa Alpha Uniform, M Mike Alpha. Next up will be Arvid. Two clicks of the enter button and that gets you the next line, console. Now, one thing you cannot do here is put in those restrictions. You have to do them. Okay, after console, Engley. Okay, then Peacocks. Catdaw. Okay, now Sivu, and that ends the actual so-called star. Okay, next up, now we get on the RNAV, which is identical as we determined as the ILS, other than we're tracking a radial instead of RNAV. Skull. Ecor. Wow, that is the first. What that was a, there were two by decor. Make sure DECOR. Problem is you can't confirm. Palic. Livin. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay, Brock. BROU. Okay. And Kobe. And finally, RB. A B I E. be very careful. That is actually the number 1. And it will catch you off guard, trust me. Don't worry about it when it does. All right, back to flight plan. Oh wait, we gotta send these. All right, so we're gonna click remote. Remote. So again, it's going to put all of them over there. Matter of fact, let's do this for safety. Okay, crossfill complete. Okay, let's see. All right. So we've got all of that updated. Hopefully you saw it all. I didn't even think to resize and reset my screen. But yeah, that's how you know, it's just safe to keep it out there. And then you can fly it in on the VORs. I don't even know if we could. See view. Yeah, I guess we could. Paradise, grab the, or 29 Palms to Palma. and then fly that radial in and then turn for Pomona. I mean, it could be done. So it could. All right. And one more look at the weather radar, which is bare nothing. All right, over our next fix, there is on Sim Toolkit weather. On Elevatech, not as pronounced. See who's right. What is Gallup? Yeah, New Mexico. $15.1. All right, we got a little ways to go.
I still got a little ways to go too.
So, Mr. Gallup, well, we can't pull you in just yet. About 17.3.
Man, I should have picked a shorter flight.
Oh wow, we're about to overfly that one. Let's try. Perfect. All right, now I'm going to bring charts back in. We are starting to get into weather at least showing up on charts. And none showing up on the radar as of yet. But you can see the band to our north, down to our southwest, due south. All of that should be out of the way, but yeah, not showing up. Disappointing, yes.
Yeah, I wish I could find new Allegiant liveries.
Well, hopefully next Friday we'll start to see them.
I never rode on Allegiant before.
Oh, they're not bad.
I've always been either Delta or United.
Yeah, you're one of those. You gotta lower your nose to go onto there.
Wow.
Oh, you're flying Delta and United. Come on. Yeah, it's they're cheap fares, but get ready for them to nickel dime you.
But that could be anybody though.
Do what?
It could be anybody though that do that.
True. United and Delta, even Southwest doesn't nickel and dime you like Allegiant, Spirit, Breeze, and some of those, Frontier. But just realize, to get that low fare down to the beach or wherever, out of Columbus or Cincinnati or wherever, you're gonna be nickeled and dimed. They try to get you on the packages, hotels and rentals. Believe me, they socked it to us in Vegas, but it was well worth it.
Yeah.
I think we got out there at, I don't want to say it, I don't think it was half the price of Southwest, but it wasn't far off. But again, where they make their money is the hotel packages, the rental cars, and so forth. Because if you're going somewhere, you need a hotel. Unless you already got an Airbnb set up. Oh, don't let Allegiant hear that. Or a car waiting for you. But yeah, the 2 times we've flown Allegiant, my wife's flown them, I think, 1 or 2 more times than me. They were good. Nice flights. All right, 138 miles. Let's switch that up. $115.1. Now we should be able to tune it in. Really? It's 132 miles out. It's a short range VOR? What? Gallup? Hey, we finally got a DME reading off Gallup. It's awful nasty looking out here.
Yeah.
That was weird. VATSIM just disconnected that voice server. The stream seems to be doing good. I don't know what's up. Do what? No, it wasn't physically disconnected, just the voice server. So I disconnected, reconnected. But I do know what you mentioned, and shouldn't have been. I'm running in the mid-30s for the most part. We'll see how that translates into LA. Yeah, I haven't looked ahead to see too much on what's around it. They got 5 waiting to get out, 3 already in. It's not over busy right now, but it could build, and it will build as we get later. Right now, it's like lunchtime out there, so. Yeah, the first thing I did was look at how the stream was doing if I was having internet issues. That was weird. Guess I haven't talked on the server long enough. Oh. They were having, it was on their end. Wow, they must have reset it. And I just realized I forgot to turn up the volume on 121.5. So, well, Dallas doesn't know how to ping me. Shouldn't be in the center spot. I'm thinking Fort Worth just didn't want to talk. And they dropped off. Wow. I scared them away. Doubt it. All right, what's next? We're headed to Drake. which is nearby Prescott Airfield. All right, we're lined out, ready to go.
Lined out, ready to go. You're already in the air.
Yep, we're ready to go, man. Let's get this on the ground. I really hate that it only goes so far. The birds are still following us. Shame I can't see them back there. Well, VATSIM radar is showing stuff around us, but again, nothing on my radars. All right, just a quick recap. Welcome to Flying with Mike. About an hour and 10 minutes or so out of our destination, Los Angeles. Started in Detroit. And weather looks like we should see some. What we do around the plane, just not on the pesky radars. Even when you do the map feature, it doesn't show up here. So I don't know what to say other than I'm very disappointed. But one day we'll find weather. We found it one day in South Africa, and that was long before 3.0. We're talking maybe 1.0, maybe pre-betas to it. That was a whale of a storm, and that was a whale of echoes on my radar. But that was way back when, sometime last year. This is today. So, and we're flying over a desert, so what do you expect? Not a lot of rain. But anyway, we want to thank you all for coming aboard. Hope you all enjoy. We should be in the LA basin, in about an hour, 10 minutes or so. And we're going to be doing an RNAV approach with this aircraft. I can already hear y'all going, no, 747-2 was not RNAV equipped. Unless You had the LTNs. Then you could put the fixes in by name. Otherwise, you had to do it by coordinates. So this was the bridge between the old SEVA and the new FMC McDoos that would come out with nav displays and all the razzmatazz you see in cockpits today. This was the bridge to that. Before it was 9 fixes only into your SEVA unit. You couldn't even put more in the others. This could do 98, which, unless you're going to Florida or California, because we put a lot into, but even that wasn't like Florida. Holy mackerel. There's a lot of fixes between where the stars start and when you land. It's just incredible. So, but it's still very valuable. The only thing you cannot do is you have to make the aircraft abide by the constraints. The aircraft will not tell you when top of descent, will not tell you, keep the aircraft. You have to set it, monitor it, all of that. You can't set and forget. Even though technically you don't set and forget in the real world, but ultimately you could. I mean, look at Airbus. You can set the final altitude, say, is 5,000. You set it, every constraint, it'll level off till it passes. Speeds will be reduced. You don't have to do much. 737 isn't far behind it. Matter of fact, probably in the real world capable. Although, and probably for a right reason, Boeing doesn't trust its computer technology where Airbus does. We'll see. So give it about an hour and we'll be in the LA basin on approach. So hope your weekend is looking fabulous. Unfortunately, I got to work tomorrow, but Sunday, Monday, when I'm off, looks really good. And the weather cooling off here. So just in time for that. So hopefully, and potential for up to an inch of rain. Hallelujah. So we could definitely use it here. Yeah, it looks like someone's crossing our flight path up ahead. Hey, don't see him there. Let's go to VATSIM. Ah, it's an American 777 for Phoenix. And unfortunately, we don't have TCAS to show it. Oh yeah, we do. Hang on. Do we have it on TCAS? I think we do. Right there, that blip. I forgot about that. Yeah, we did have TCAS. And there, right over underneath where the contrail is, that looks like a pretty good cell. It probably won't get picked up by radar here. Probably not even on X-plane at all. And the birds are following us. Sorry, no balloons. All right. I'm just trying to, we're 180 miles from Prescott. We will overfly Winslow. How bad are we? Let's see if we can't tune that in. Twelve 6. Okay, that'll work us through there. Basically, what I'm doing is getting used to updating. Right now, it's set for GPS updating. I'm going to turn that stuff off, go to real INS updating, and we'll see how that worked. It worked out one flight really well, and then somehow got put on simple GPS. Might have been an update that did it. Don't know. But anyway, yeah. And according to NavGraph, just before Prescott, we could maybe see a storm. Here's NavGraph charts. All right, it just disappeared.
I see birds on my map too, but not in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they're there. To prove to someone they do exist? I don't know.
The birds usually fly.
That's pretty high for them if they're up here.
I mean, won't they lack of oxygen?
Well, I mean, was it ducks or geese? Have been seen up in the 15, 16, maybe 20,000 foot range. And I think I'm exaggerating, but I thought I saw something where they were reported this that high. Not at our flight levels. They better be getting clearance from ATC. Clarence better tell them where to go. let's take a look at this over here. Looks like a nice, good old thunderstorm. But not registering. Look at that on the map, though. Maybe when we get to Winslow, it'll pop up.
Do you have WXD on there on that plane? Is that
Have
an
what?
option? Like WXD?
No, all I have. Here's my radar console. Tilt, gain, nor, center, and map. I don't have any sophistication like the modern radars. Shouldn't be still an issue.
You don't have Zinc turned on, do you?
Who? Zinc?
You don't have that turned on, do you?
No. You would think that would show up. Because it is showing up. Oh, I got a blip.
Got a blip?
I finally got a little itty bitty blip.
Why don't you zoom in?
Just, I mean, a minute blip. Now, if we could get the one in the caravan to work, that would be awesome. One step at a time, though. I get it.
I mean, you could always get in the caravan and turn on massive thunderstorms and see if it works.
I don't think that radar's worth a hill of beans. I'll be totally honest. They always show pictures with it lit up, but guess what? I sure don't ever see it. And I know you can superimpose with that little paint tool.
Mountain Dew, Baja Blast Pie, coming to Taco Bell in November.
Boy, for something that looks like that on the map to only look like that itty bitty blip. Well, I guess at 150 miles that could be true, but sure seems awful small.
It's about an hour and 41 minutes away.
Nice. I'm under about an hour up. I'll just say it's about an hour right now to the runway at LA. Looks like a wedding cake over there.
It might take
It's the Borg. We're here to assimilate you. Actually, it looks more like a cake, a wedding cake. We're about 3/4 of the way, so to Drake, we should get maybe, as believe it or not, that cell over there is not showing up on Navgraph's charts. So we no longer rely on it. Actually, it's not even showing up on anything. Except the exaggerated sim toolkit. I really do think they exaggerate. Actually, let me try something. Hang on. Wrong one. I wish it would save. I hate having to go back to it every time. That's okay. All right, after this, we will go quiet on the music, or maybe we'll just let the next one play out appropriately. Again, I kind of wish AvTab would show weather.
AvTab.
Yeah, you know this. I missed it. Doesn't even show traffic of of VATSIM. I guess maybe it does. But no weather.
Yeah, it's not, is it?
All right, that piece of weather is moving off our wing. The mothership has arrived. All right, I'm just putting a clip together here as we pass by the mothership. All right, we need to start doing some calculations here. Where are because I don't like where we end up sometimes. All right. Let's see. Coming in on the Cebu, 17,000 a console. So at about 60, 70 miles from Consul, we'll think about it. That would be so we cross 29 pounds. That'll do it. Let's see, 14.2. I have no idea how far out that is. Oh yeah, that's a little bit of a haul still. All right, now let's look into the basin. We still got SoCal up, and looks like they'll be there for a while. So we're going over the Prescott area as we speak. Okay, I believe Needles, California is in. We should start seeing these climbing. Cool. Got a little bit of storm action up ahead of us, but overall we're looking really good. All right, so maybe, okay. Actually, Sim Toolkit looks like pretty close to where we need to start thinking about descending. Now, 29 Palms could put us into SoCal airspace. So, and I know y'all are going, my gosh, that's Palm Springs. Palm Springs is controlled by SoCal, I believe. So, let me look. According to this, if they've painted it right on NavGraph, Palm Springs is, 29 Palms isn't, and I think just before crossing the line, I'm going to start my descent to 17,000. Unless, of course, Auto ATC comes in and says something different. All right, let's take a look at our fuel. All looking great. £61,000, that's good. Could look real nasty, but welcome to the desert, just kind of keeping things at bay as we draw closer. All right, we got everything planned. We're ready to go. We got a storm that just popped up in front of us. I doubt we'll see it. Oh, wow. Should come in, yeah. All right, so we're about a... Go ahead.
How far are you away from Vegas? Or, yeah.
From Vegas?
Yeah, like Los Angeles.
Oh, Los Angeles or Vegas? Two different places.
Well, I know. I'm landing at Vegas. You're landing at Los Angeles. How far are you away from there?
All right, from LA. You know what?
Maybe an hour? Hour 30 minutes?
Oh, I'm under an hour. I am about 30 minutes out. Now, granted, say about 45 minutes, because when we start coming down, those times will go up again. Like they did, how they go down rapidly when we climb into the thinner air. Same thing's going to happen as we get back into the thicker air. Except reverse, we'll get more. Okay, we're 97 miles from nearing top of descent. Not sure where that blob is ahead of us.
Well, the only...
Where are you at? Final approach to Los Angeles. Missed your airport again?
You mean to Vegas?
No, you're landing in Los Angeles, right? You always
No,
miss the
landing in
airport you're
Vegas.
aiming for.
But then that would be like California I'll land in.
There you go.
San Diego, somewhere around there.
There's a fun one. But no, how long do you have?
An hour and 10 minutes.
Cool. Won't be long after I land in Los Angeles. And those just tuning in right now, we are planning to go to Terminal 3, so we'll be landing 24 right. I don't know what this blob up here is besides a Cylon spaceship.
I might try to learn that Bonanza.
I need to, well, something popped up that I really like that I might have, that A320 next week. So right now we're going to put a hold on spending.
I hope that's not going to be, but
That's going to be $30. but the Bonanza, I might dabble in that.
FD3A.
Yep. Yeah, I got to do a little more research on it to make sure it's not the turboprop version.
There, apparently, there's a lot. There's a lot of things you can do to it. Like you can change like the dashboards.
Is it Thronda?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a typical Thronda thing. Yeah.
Like you can mess around with the liveries and.
Yep. Yeah, that's all typical to Thronda. I keep looking in there for a better radar. There isn't.
Change gauges around.
Yep.
Add gauges.
All right, we're 76 miles from 29 Palms. I think for safety, 20 miles after 29 Palms, we're going to start our descent. I have no idea where this thunderstorm is. Uh-oh. I think LA Center is on its way up. Not yet, but I think it's coming. $126,525. Oh, wow, that was a short-lived thunderstorm. All right, let's see how busy it is.
Hello, Center Cat 1014, descending via the KLAX. Air Canada 1014, LA Center. Welcome, descend via the Comics 2 arrival. Lindbergh, altimeters 2992. Out of 240 to the arrival, yeah, 1014.
Los Angeles Center, Northwest 335 heavy with you. We're about 62 miles from 29 Palms.
335 LA Center radar contact, welcome. Descend via the Seaview 2 arrival. Palm Springs altimeter 2987.
All right, we'll descend via the Seaview 2 for Northwest 335 heavy.
LA Center, hello, Southwest 4050, 15 miles, McQuinn, flight level 320.
Southwest 4050 LA Center radar contact, welcome. Descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival.
Apparently there's an
Ontario altimeter
update for
2991.
the 787
Roger, descend
on
via
the
the Hollywood 1
19th of
arrival,
September.
altimeter 29991, Southwest 4050.
The McKnight?
Yeah.
Huh, I don't have it, so I don't know.
Good evening, Center Southwest 762,
Yeah,
descending
when you
via the
go to
Rounded 4
Expand
arrival, Las
Org, you
Vegas.
can click on the updates and it'll
Southwest
show you everything
762
that's
LA
updated
Center,
or
Las
coming soon
Vegas
to be
altimeter
updated.
29907 at Bourbon, cleared ILS Yankee, runway 26 left approach. Altimeter 29907 at Bourbon, cleared ILS Yankee 26 left, Southwest 762. Los Angeles Center, good day. This is Frontier 315. We're on a short flight of runway 26 left into Vegas. Got the southwest traffic that looks like they're vacating now. Air Flight 3015 LA Center, runway 26 left, cleared to land. 26 left, clear to land, Frontier 315.
All right, we're 48 miles from 29 Palms, and then I just might start it then so that we hit 17, hit our numbers right. Because, boy, you get high on this, it's hard.
Skyhawk 6160 at Quebec LA Center, welcome. LA Center, American 646 with you, flight level 270.
Look.
It's getting busy.
LA Center, descend via the Rounders 4 arrival, runway 26 left, Las Vegas, altimeter 29907.
Actually came a lot of ways since last year.
What, X-Plane?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's been doing amazing stuff since it's released.
Looks like we're gonna have to hold wherever possible. We're way too high. 762, Roger. There's nobody behind you for about 150 miles. You can make multiple left 360s.
One thing I would like to see is like a good multiplayer in here.
You're alone now, so you can just rejoin
that probably won't happen.
Left 360s on the after the orbits. We'll go ahead and
They'd
rejoin
probably be like, oh, you want multiplayer, get that thing.
Yeah, I know. The people that love multiplayer, I get it. They like to just fly without ATC, but oh well, I'm not gonna knock them. All right, we got traffic. Let's see if we can see it.
I don't know, there's just like some places, man, people overtalk each other all the time. Like,
at 1783 LA Center,
I
verify
don't know if it's,
altitude.
you came across it or not, but
Altitude 320, we're just getting speed up to continue climb to 370, now continuing. Right at 1780, Roger, climb at highest rate to flight level 370.
Okay,
I
we
just
got
need to at least
two.
try it.
Right at 3704, United 1783. Southwest 4050 for traffic, descend and maintain, flight level 240. Roger, descend and maintain, flight level 240, Southwest 4050.
These are the two that I'm concerned with. Where are they?
For traffic, descend and maintain, flight level 340.
Down to 340, Northwest 335. Thanks.
United 1783, turn 30 degrees right for spacing. 30 degrees right for spacing at 1783. Right at 1783, the traffic is at your 12 o'clock, 10 miles westbound, a Northwest 747, flight level 350, descending, flight level
Got him.
340. Air Canada 1014, contact SoCal, approach 128.05. Southwest 4050, expedite descent to flight level 240.
Roger, would expedite Southwest 4050.
And center, my bad, Northwest 335, we're climbing back up to 34.
55, thank you.
Center Delta 2534 with you, 3804, continue with you.
01 Delta 2534 LA Center radar contact. Welcome. Descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival. Ontario altimeter 299er.
Okay, descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival for Delta 2534.
The thing that happened here, folks, I didn't have altitude select turned on. I was still hold.
Southwest 762, can we get vectors back on course?
Southwest 40, United 1783, turn left direct.
Where's the Southwest going?
North Center 747 is with you. This is your arrival, runway 31 left.
9407 LA Center. Palmdale altimeter 299er, 8 descend via the Sizzler 4.
Okay, we're crossing. Oh, great. All great planes screwed up by Southwest.
Southwest 762. We're given just multiple 360s. You need vectors for an approach.
Hey, friend, Southwest 762, let's just about to contact you for that.
762, roger. Turn right heading 090, vector to Prino for ILS Zulu, runway 26 left.
Right 090, ILS Zulu 26 left to the Southwest 762.
United 1783, turn left, clear direct Needles.
So from your left center, you from Mike 1430, flare level 1, frequency up, inbound, Wolf.
430 LA Center, Las Vegas altimeter 29997, and Prino, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 26 left approach. Northwest, instruction, Southwest 4050, descend and maintain, flight level 200.
Descend and maintain flight level 200, Southwest 4050.
Northwest 355, descend and maintain, flight level 250.
Northwest 335, descending flight level 250. Do you want us to stay up on our speed?
Northwest 355, speed, your discretion.
Copy, speed, our discretion for Southwest 335.
Los Angeles Center, American Boeing 300 Heavy, departure, holding 230 knots. This is our slowest practical on the climb for spacing.
American 2300 LA Center. Other aircraft calling, you're stepped on, say again.
LA QT 8, Southwest 1860, 1700 and the inbound holds.
Just 1860 LA Center.
LA Center, American 1994, 17,000, looking to climb higher.
American 1994 LA Center, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Target 350, American 1994. Southwest 1860, requesting further climb.
1860. It'll keep you at 17,000 for a few miles, 4 miles for spacing and traffic cat. Traffic cat's still at 7,000.
8, maintaining one, correction, 17,000, Southwest 1860.
Southwest 4050, say indicated airspeed.
Indicated 301, Southwest 4050.
Southwest Southwest 4050 for spacing, reduce speed to 250.
Roger 250, Southwest 4050.
All right, we're coming down to 25,000.
Los Angeles 355, descend and maintain 17,000.
Was 17,000 for Northwest 335?
Northwest 335, affirmative, descend and maintain 17,000 and maintain 310 knots or greater for space.
Okay, we'll maintain, what was the speed again? And we're descending to 17.
Speeds 310 or greater, Northwest 335.
310 or greater down to 17,000, Northwest 335.
Los Angeles Center, on Nippon 126, level 410.
126 LA Center, radar contact, welcome, squawk 4677.
Right,
Squawk 4677, on Nippon 126.
Southwest 4050, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend maintain flight level 190, Southwest 4050. Southwest 1860, any chance for further climb now?
Southwest 1860, high as I can get you for now is, see, amend altitude, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Climb and maintain flight level 190, Southwest 1860.
Good day, let's look at passing 100, against 10,000 and on Amsterdam. That's to Pop LA Center, welcome.
okay, 113. First off, let's go 108. 5. 13.6.
Northwest 335, thanks for your help today. You can go ahead and descend via the CVU2 arrival and resume published speeds. Contact SoCal approach 28.05.
All right, well, all right, Northwest 335 Heavy will resume descent in normal speeds per the SID or STAR, and we'll go over to approach Northwest 335.
Southwest
2850.
You can resume published speed at Avatar, descend via the
Oh, 050. And SoCal approach, Northwest 335 with you, inbound console, descending per the CVU2.
Northwest 335. Northwest 335, clear direct Seaview. Cross Seaview at 12,000. Cleared ILS runway 25 left approach.
Okay, we'll get it plugged in to go direct Seaview down to 12,000, cleared for the ILS approach. Can we get 24 right?
Affirmative at Seaview, cleared ILS runway 24 right. Maintain 270 knots or greater till advised.
270 or greater, cleared for the ILS 24 right. Thanks.
SoCal Holiday Southwest 4050, flight level 190, inbound Avatar. Southwest 4050, SoCal approach, LA altimeter 299 1, at Seaview, cleared ILS, runway 24 right approach, maintain 250 knots or less until advised. Roger, altimeter 299 1, at Seaview, cleared ILS 24 right and 250 to the by, Southwest 4050. Air Canada 1014, contact tower 1.8.3, we'll see. Contact Olympic Tower, Canada 1014. SoCal approach, Skyhawk Bravo Juliet Burbank, short of Bravo, register. Skyhawk Bravo Juliet, runway 15, taxi via Bravo. 15 via Bravo, Bravo Juliet.
All right, folks, bear with me. I'm just grabbing it 8,900 feet. I think that's going to be 120, so... Temperature here in the Los Angeles area, 24. 2991. And the wind, 240 at 10. All right, we're looking at medium brakes. Okay, why didn't we go direct?
SoCal approach to listen 407 on the 604 arrival 31 left.
American 407 SoCal approach, Palm Springs, altimeter 298.7. At Fern, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 31 left approach.
Fern cleared for the RNAV Yankee, runway 31 left.
Forgot to click direct.
That might be helpful.
Well, click enter after doing all that setup for direct. All right, well, we're getting down to 12,000. Where is my opposing traffic? And Los Angeles is now 55 miles out there. So we're staying at 270 like he asked. And
SoCal approach, Skyhawk, Trimster, Bravo, Juliet, fully short of runway 15, ready for VFR departure.
You have the P-51 Mustang?
Skyhawk 738, Bravo, Juliet.
no, I do not.
Runway 15, clear to take off.
1,000 level off.
Runway 15, depart on course, Bravo, Juliet. Clear for takeoff.
Okay, altitude select, altitude select. There we go. All right, here we go into Sivu and then Skull and then hopefully some descents.
Number 44 Tango Hotel, thanks for Mike. And expect visual, runway 27 approach. Oh yeah, not a problem. Which one would you like?
You don't have the ND80 either, do you?
Nope, only the default one.
Number 8 Bravo Juliet, radar contact, altitude. Traffic 900, 8 Bravo Juliet. Number 8 Bravo Juliet, roger. Depart on course and remain clear the Los Angeles Cluster Bravo. Steer clear the Bravo, remain on course, 8 Bravo Juliet. Localizer 27. Number 44
Niner 44 Tango Hotel, you can expect that.
Do you have any of the X-Craps?
Good afternoon, Southwest 4140 on the ground at Palm Springs. We have
Nope.
the altimeter on
Hang on, I gotta talk to him.
Southwest 4140, SoCal, approach runway 31 left, I see a Whiskey Alpha. 31 left, via Whiskey Alpha, Southwest 4140.
SoCal approach, no, Northwest 335. We allowed to descend at Skull as long as we keep 270?
Northwest 3835, affirmative. Yeah, you are cleared the ILS 24 right approach and reduce speed to 230 now.
230, and we are cleared the approach. Just wanted to make sure we were allowed to descend.
Affirmative, thanks. SoCal Southwest 3803.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to wait over my lane.
Phoenix. Southwest 3803, expect BTC. Copy.
Picking up some weather.
Second approach, Delta 2534 on the descent, Holly 11, arrival. Delta 2534, SoCal approach, LA altimeter 299, what's the altitude? Power pass of level 230 for Delta 2534. Delta 2534, roger, at Seaview, cleared ILS runway 24 right approach. Hi, Seaview, clear for ILS 24 right approach, we're from the Delta 4.
All right, we're below 10, so let's pop some lights.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seat belt is securely fastened and all
Southwest 4050, reduce speed to 230. 230 right
10,000.
Southwest 4050.
cabin to make a final compliance check. Pick up any remaining customer passports. Thank you.
All right, I think we are all established. Got a long way to go. Actually, about 30 miles. See if it matches. Yep.
Southwest 4140, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff and calm. 31 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 4140. So, departure, Kentucky 7 is 2,300 feet on the LAX 1 departure. Number 5317, SoCal approach, roger. Climb, maintain
Flaps 1.
5,000. Turn right, heading 070. Right, 070 for, American 67 and
Flaps 5.
maintain 5,000.
Oh, come on.
American 67, SoCal approach. Go ahead. American 67, I didn't get your check and altitude. 5,000. Oh, check-in altitude is 2,300. Okay, roger. I'll send you a message. You're on a radar vectored approach. It has to be flown a specific way. Turn right, direct, Carif. Right, direct, Carif.
Okay, spoilers armed. We're in go around. Let's get this.
Northwest 335, maintain 170 knots or greater till Kobe. Contact hour 120.905. Bye-bye.
170 or greater for speed. Till Kobe Tower will be switching over to 129.50. Thanks.
Number 5317, turn right heading 070, vectors to final.
Flaps 10. Gear down.
And Los Angeles Tower, Northwest 335 on the ILS, established 424 right.
Northwest 335 Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon. Wind 240 at 10.
Gears down. Green light.
4 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 24 right. What's the altimeter one more time?
Altimeter is 2991.
2991, thanks. Northwest 335.
You're welcome, sir.
Hey, runway's in sight, gears down, we're slowing. Let's go to flaps
20.
20. All lights on.
Cabin ready.
Awesome. We're slowing to 170 or greater. We need to be 140 after Kobe. All right. Negative one. We'll call it. Let's go flaps 25.
Flaps 25.
Then I'll call for 140. We'll call it 150.
Hello, Southwest 4050, overhead Pilot.
Southwest 4050 Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon. Wind 240 at 1092, 4 right, number 2, clear to land.
Number 2, clear to land, Southwest 4050.
Flaps 30.
Okay, flaps full. All right. Couple little things with this plane people need to know. First, bring your yokes back. Second, you'll need to disarm your auto speed, your auto throttle. We don't have a button here. So, get to click the button up there. Kobe. All right, we're going to slow her down on the gauge to 150. Okay, and then on the yoke, you can click the button there to disarm the autopilot. Want to get this thing slowing. Gear down, flaps full, brakes set. Cleared to land 24. And of course the wind is right down our runway, so that's going to make it that much harder for me because I prefer a crosswind. Okay, we are slowing now.
So is it technically a downwind?
Right now I am upwind actually. But we're final at 6 miles. Frames seem to be doing good. Autopilot's off, auto throttle's off. Pilot's ready. Flaps full, brakes set. Speed brakes armed, yes. Indeed.
1,000.
After stand clear to land, please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Oh, look at all the call signs coming up. Get your predictions in. I don't have one, so you all get,
500.
you won't get the work off me.
Approaching minimums.
Landing.
Minimums.
Intentional aircraft, Los Angeles information, Foxtrot now
50,
current, wind 24012,
40,
altimeter
30,
2990.
20, 10. Check reverse.
Wow.
Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots.
Northwest 355 heavy, left turn when able, cross runway 24 left, taxi to parking with me, welcome to LA.
I guess that's kind of good for that plane.
All right, exiting 24 right, crossing 24 left to Terminal 3 with you. Northwest 335 heavy. We're on trip double A.
Happy Friday.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns on the fasten
Flaps up.
sign when we have parked at our gate.
Okay, we just got a turn here on Echo.
Philly Tower, Delta 2534 is with you for 24 right. Delta 2534 Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon, wind 240 at 12, number 2, runway 24 right, go to line. Go to line number 2 for 2534, 24 right.
Oh, I forgot to do something. Two things. All right, well, we're fine. There's Southwest, so we'll kind of push the throttles here a little. Flight directors can go off. Off.
Los Angeles Tower, hello again. This is Emirates 13, ready to push and start for your destination.
Emirates 13 heavy, push on the kilos approved, face north, expect runway 2. Which runway do you want, sir, I should ask?
I'll give the 24 left, please.
Emirates 13 heavy, push the kilos approved, face north, expect runway 24 left, altimeter 2991.
Hawk Flight 200, thanks for following. We sure appreciate it as we make our way to Terminal 3 here in Los Angeles. All right, I'm going to zoom because I didn't think, oh, duh, that ain't gonna work. I'm going for stand 33. Oh, yeah, well, we'll kind of see. I'd like to go to the ones with 2 jetways. That may not be possible here. $37 was one I thought we could.
Southwest 4050, cross runway 24 left, taxi to parking there, so welcome to LA. Project cross 24 left, parking with the Echo, thank you, Southwest 4050.
Parking brake set.
All right, we are in the gate. Let's get the generator on real quick. Lead air on. Oop. All right.
Delta 2534, left turn to enable, cross runway 24 left, taxi to parking with me. Happy Friday. Left enable, cross 24 left, taxi to the ramp, and we'll see with you, Delta 2534. Have a good weekend as well.
All right, and off with that. Okay, let's see. We've got the generators on.
Next 13, ready to taxi and have the latest information. Foxtrot.
Emirates 13 heavy, runway 24 left, taxi via Kilo 1, Lima, and Echo. Speedbird pushed on the Kilo up in front of you there, so we're going to go around him.
cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Taxi to runway 24 left via Kilo 1 Lima and Echo, and I think the British Airways is moving.
Flaps are on.
Alright, well, if he's moving, you can follow him, otherwise Kilo 1, Kilo Echo 24 left.
Kilo 1 Kilo, Echo 24 left.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
People that status, yeah, just for advice, we are pushing on Kilo.
Say that again, Speedbird, Delta Sierra.
Just for advice, we are pushing on to Kilo.
Yes, sir. If you're going to push onto an active taxiway like that, usually you should get clearance for that first, because now you've blocked somebody else. But call advise ready for taxi, altimeter 2991.
Oh, I thought push back on the excursion, okay, call the taxi.
Cabin crew, doors may be open.
That's not a problem, sir. On the ramp, when there's no taxiway, it is at your discretion, but when it's on a taxiway, you need a clearance.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Southwest 46A, I'm at Delta A in Terminal 1. Do I need to call for push?
Let's see here. Delta 460A.
I'm at Southwest, apologies.
I don't see over there, sir. You said Delta 468 or 462?
I'm at Southwest 462, apologies.
Southwest 462. As long as you push in the alleyway, no clearance is required. Looks like you can just push straight back or down, tail south. Either way is fine.
Copy that, Southwest 462. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to turn them down for y'all. And 198 is what we scored with the airline. Okay. Welcome to Los Angeles, as he said. Happy Friday, folks. What a flight we had. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Also, again, in case it got lost, Hawk Flight 200, again, thank you for the follow. Sure appreciate that. Love having people following us. Thank you so much. And Mighty Me, M-I-E, again, also subscribed earlier today. Thank you so much for that. We sure appreciate the help. And folks, real quick before we get into the numbers, it is September 10 or 10. Oh my goodness, Mike, wake up. It's been a long flight, folks. Twitch is offering, by subscribing, you're going to get ad-free viewing. They're taking 25% off 1 month and 3 month subs, 30% off 6 month subs, web and mobile orders. So really good time to take advantage of it when Twitch gives these deals. Subbing helps the pilots. Let me turn that really annoying in the ears. Sorry. So I know there's another tool out there you can subscribe, so all of them you can get ad-free viewing on. But the problem is the content provider you may like only gets less than pennies on a dollar. But when you subscribe, they get a much larger a lot more out of it from Twitch than if you use the other. I'm trying to think of a better word there. But anyway, sorry. Again, long flight, a lot went on. Wow. All right, let's bring in Elevatech, shall we? And get going here so we can call this a great day. And then go harass OG as he approaches Las Vegas. All right, where's Elevatech? There it is. Let me get rid of that overlay up top. All right, so as you can see, there's a couple storms here and there all around, but overall, beautiful day here in the LA basin. Real quick before we complete the flight, touchdown. I knew we went longer than I thought, but almost 2,000 feet. Little off the center line. Let's get the numbers as best we can from Elevatech, which that's it. Pretty much all you get. Let's show it off again. All right, so for those that don't know, we started in Detroit. And what did we say? 4 hours, 12 minutes later, we made it to Los Angeles. Again, let's look at the stats. The big aiming point on the runway is 1,000 feet down the runway, so every one of those are 500 feet each hash. So we're just shy of 2,000, and we're pretty close to the center line. And again, there's our numbers by Elevatech. All right, hang on, still getting me. All right, now the official scorekeeper is Sim Toolkit, and you'll see why here in a second. All right, again, same thing. However, we landed 319, 141 at 1.1. It all depends which data ref they choose to use. Okay, I'm not going to quibble at a 319 and a 747. Sorry, folks. Just not going to get it out of me. All right, so again, here's the numbers. It was a 4.5 hour flight by Sim Toolkit, 1,700 nautical miles, just under 50,000 kilograms of fuel, 1.1 G, and 300 knots, 319 feet per minute. So overall, not bad. Those are the basic stats. Now let's dig in and see why this is the original. Now, the problem is when this picture was taken, obviously the runway was under construction, making LA a nightmare because they lost a runway. So, but here you go, 2,050 feet down the runway. They got us a little further than what I thought. 19 feet off the center line. I feel that's pretty close. Pitch 0.65. Roll looks good, 141, 319, but you can see all these numbers, and they really do help to, at least me, try to figure out what did I do wrong without having to resort to the replay. And it just was hard to get it to slow down again. But we got her slowed because we got to 141. 137 was our landing speed. So I think we had a really good landing there. Let's pan out, take a look at who's all taken off or landing. We had a Delta come in. I don't know where they're hiding. They must have went somewhere else. Look at the lineup for takeoff over here. Wow. Yeah, we'll just kind of watch. Hey, folks, it's been a great day. Great time with y'all. Let me get Sim Toolkit out of the way so you can see, too. Southwest has a few more to get going, but overall, what a phenomenal day of flying. Wish we would have seen some storms, but you know how that goes. So, kind of looking around at all the traffic here. Always traffic. Is he going with it? Oh, that's right. Dang it, they're on. All right, well, here they go. Well, folks, we're going to call it a day. Thank you so much for coming along, being with Flying with Mike today. 4-hour flight from Detroit to Los Angeles in good old Northwest 747 colors. I want to again thank Hawk Flight 200 for the follow, Mighty Me for the subscribe earlier today. That really will help with some bills. Thank you so much here for the airline. All right, y'all have a fantastic weekend. Maybe tomorrow we'll be able to come up, not tomorrow, correction. Sunday, and we'll go from there. We'll kind of play it by ear. Sunday, I kind of make it a family day. That comes first. However, if things are quiet, we'll look at maybe a stream. All right. Y'all have an enjoyable weekend. I hope it's a great one planned. We'll see you hopefully Sunday, if not Monday. And I don't really know right now what flight will fly, but I guarantee you will have a great time. Thanks for flying. God bless. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel and like it. We'll see you Monday.